Hello, welcome in. Okay, today we are going to continue our American Government Constitutional Foundations course that is free on edX.org for anyone who is interested. You can do this yourself. I am not looking forward to seeing how much we can do in one day. And that's on me. I signed up for it on the 4th of March. And I just started doing it yesterday. So that's my bad. Time passes by and you just don't even realize, you know? Like you're just going. And you think you're aware, but you're not. And so these are the consequences. So my permission for it, this session, it ends tomorrow. So the 1st of April. And basically you can unenroll and enroll again. And that is totally permissible. However, you would lose your progress. So like the things that you've contributed, like the quizzes and the discussions, yeah, all of that, you have to do it again. And I don't want to do that again. So I want to just finish it, especially because if I unenroll and re-enroll again, that is just more procrastinating. I feel like I'm just not gonna ever finish it, which is obviously not true, but that's how it feels. And I feel like it's more likely. So instead, we're just gonna try to really push through and do as much as we can today, and then I'll probably have to finish the rest of it off stream, just so that I can do it all tomorrow, like when I wake up or something. So I'll bring it up again. I'll go back to the screen where you guys can see it there, and you guys, okay, there you go. And we have our notes from yesterday as well. So let us continue. I'm a little sleepy. I am a mess. Oh, I need to sign in again. I don't know, it was so random why it signed me out. I constantly have a terrible sleeping schedule. I struggle very, very, very much with falling asleep. And so I fell asleep today at 8 a.m. So it was not good. And then I woke up until like 3 p.m. And it's just, it's painful is what it is. Because like I don't want to do this, you know? Okay. So I am not feeling great, but okay. The only thing is that I'm hoping that tomorrow I can, I can still do this tomorrow. That's my only concern. And does it make sense to be dropping frames when I have an Ethernet? Open device manager, locate your network adapter. Ethernet. Properties. Sharing. No. Configure. Okay. Disable device. Advanced details. Power management. Allows computer. Allows device to wake the computer. Okay, I'll look into this later. Because it makes very little sense to me. But I guess that makes sense. It's a settings issue. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we in fact continued this. And we start the next unit. Everyone ready? God, if anyone wants to send like what? Un cafecito is like ideally, pero like de donde? O sea, whatever. But also like, it's cause, okay, half of me wants to take an energy drink, which would be an absolutely horrible idea. Cause I should be going to sleep in like, at least like at 3 a.m. That's like the latest. And okay, stop talking about sleeping. We'll start here. Introduction. The writers of the Constitution were determined to create a government powerful enough to meet the nation's needs, but not so powerful as to threaten people's liberty. Accordingly, the Constitution is rooted in the idea of limited government, a government of restricted power. The Constitution provided for such a government in multiple ways: denials of power, grants of power, the Bill of Rights, and the separation of power. This session will examine the Constitution's provisions for limited government and then explore the extent to which these provisions have curbed or failed to curb extra constitutional uses of power. The main points of the session will be reinforced by examining a set of cases, including the Watergate scandal, the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, and the Bush administration's policies for handling enemy detainees after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. Readings. This session will examine the Constitution's provisions for limited government and then explore the extent to which these provisions have restrained constitutional abuses of power. The main points of the session will be reinforced by examining a set of cases, including the Watergate scandal, the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, the Bush administration's handling of enemy detainees after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, and the impeachment of Donald Trump. Essential reading. James Madison, Federalist Number 51. Madison has been called the father of the Constitution for his role in writing the Constitution. In this essay, Madison explains the need to control political power and why the separation of executive, legislative, and judicial power is the key to limiting the power of government. So we will be reading that right now. Okay. Writing Federalist number 51. Do you think I'll need to take notes on this? I do not have the brain power for that right now. Okay, sorry. It felt like so little and I was like, that can't be it. It may be a reflection on human nature that such devices, checks and balances, should be necessary to control the abuses of government. But what is government itself but the greatest of all reflections on human nature? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige it to control itself. A dependence on the people is, no doubt, the primary control on the government, but experience has taught mankind the necessity of auxiliary precautions. True. Meaning, first and foremost, we depend on people to behave. And then when that fails, because it is necessary, precautions need to be put into place. Federalist 51, number 51 summary. In this Federalist paper, James Madison explains and defends the checks and balances system in the Constitution. Each branch of government is framed so that its power checks the power of the other two branches. Additionally, each branch of government is dependent on the people who are the source of legitimate authority. Madison also discusses the way Republican government can serve as a check on the power of factions and the tyranny of the majority. In the Federal Republic of the United States, all authority in it will be derived from and dependent on the society. The society itself will be broken into so many parts, interests, and classes of citizens that the rights of individuals or of the minority will be in little danger from interested combinations of the majority. All of the Constitution's checks and balances, Madison concludes, serve to preserve liberty by ensuring justice. Madison explained, justice is the end of government. It is the end of civil society. Madison's political theory, as expressed in this Federalist paper, demonstrated the influence of Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws on the founders. And now we have the full text, Federalist paper number 51. To the people of the state of New York. Guys, ready? I'm not. Okay. To what expedient, then, shall we finally resort for maintaining in practice a necessary partition of power among the several departments as laid down in the Constitution? The only answer that can be given is that as all these exterior provisions are found to be inadequate, the defect must be supplied. Okay, this is obviously Old English, so it's going to be hard to understand. So if you understand it, that's great for you. Good job. I will be needing to take some pauses to like break it down and to make sure I'm understanding what is being said. So let me finish that. Jesus, they write sentences as long as I do. Okay. The only answer that can be given is that as all these exterior provisions are found to be inadequate, the defect must be supplied, by so contriving the interior structure of the government as that its several constituent parts may, by their mutual relations, be the means of keeping each other in their proper place. The defect, by so contriving the interior structure of the government. Okay, so I think this is literally just saying what we just read. In just fancier and longer words. All these exterior provisions are found to be inadequate. I wonder if this must be referencing something else that we obviously have not read. So unfortunately we don't have the context for that, but that's okay because I don't care enough to look for it. We're down here. Okay. Their mutual relations. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's just saying that the government, with the structure of the government, and by having it have, like, its different parts. Yeah, okay, fine. Well, why not just say that? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It is saying that. Okay. Without presuming to undertake a full development of this important ideal, I will hazard a few general observations, which may perhaps place it in a clearer light and enable us to form a more correct judgment of the principles and structure of the government planned by the convention. Okay, so he doesn't want to, say I have the entire, I have it all completely figured out, but I got some ideas. Fair enough. In order to lay a due foundation for that separate and distinct exercise of the different powers of government, which to a certain extent is admitted on all hands to be essential to the preservation of liberty, it is evident that each department should have a will of its own, and consequently should be so constituted that the members of each should have as little agency as possible in the appointment of the members of the others. It's fairly obvious, or rather easy to understand. Were this principle rigorously adhered to, it would require that all the appointments for the supreme executive, legislative, and judiciary magistrates should be drawn from the same fountain of authority, the people. Hello, welcome in. Reading Federalist paper number 51. Through channels having no communication whatever with one another. Perhaps such a plan of constructing the several departments would be less difficult in practice than it may in contemplation appear. Some difficulties, however, and some additional expense would attend the execution of it. What are you reading? Federalist paper number 51. We are learning about the importance of the separation of powers and where am I? Oh, some difficulties, however, and some additional expense would attend the execution of it. That's such an interesting way to phrase it. He's just saying there would be some problems, but then they would attend the execution. Okay. Some deviations, therefore, from the principle must be admitted. In the constitution of the Judiciary Department in particular, it might be inexpedient to insist rigorously on the principle. First, because peculiar qualifications being essential in the members, the primary consideration ought to be to select that mode of choice which best secures these qualifications. Why are there peculiar qualifications being essential in the members? And the judiciary is... what is the judiciary? Oh, these are judges. The Judiciary Act of 1789, signed by President Washington on September 24, 1789, established the foundational structure of the U.S. federal court system. It created a three-tier system comprising the Supreme Court, 1 Chief Justice, 5 associates, 13 district courts, and 3 circuit courts, while creating the position of U.S. Attorney General. Okay, so it's like a pretty important part. I am not gonna lie, I hate both parties in the U.S. The government system is so out of it that it makes my head hurt. I think that's a pretty common sentiment. I think it's also I guess I just also disagree. I don't particularly I can't hate both parties. That it's just not in me. If something is insufficient, then that is not the same thing as something just being bad, right? So for example, I am a liberal, and everyone can agree that the current there is hardly a Republican Party anymore, but rather they are just MAGA. They follow one person and whatever this person says, right? I lean more towards the Democrat, but they do not represent my views either. That's totally fair. I think no single party will ever represent you to your entirety. I am a social democrat. I don't even know what that means. I think a Democrat can mean whatever you think a social democrat means without having to add the social in it. Or else you're something else. It's that. I really do think it's that simple. Because, for example, I have some things where I lean more conservatively, but I also, no, I'm still very much a Democrat, because what is at the core of your beliefs? And if you don't know them, then, you get to figure that out, and that'll help you figure out which one it is, because maybe it's neither. Maybe you are just an independent. If you don't feel like either party, it represents what is at the center of your beliefs and your values. Okay, secondly, because the permanent tenure by which the appointments are held in that department will soon destroy all sense of dependence on the authority conferring them. It is equally equally evident that the members of each department should be as little dependent as possible on those of the others. For the emoluments annexed to their offices. I don't know what that word means. Emoluments are the salary, fees, profits, or perquisites? Fringe benefits. Okay. Arising from employment or holding a specific office. It refers to compensation for services rendered rather than just wages. Okay, I see. Emoluments. Okay. It is equally evident that the members of each department should be as little dependent as possible on those of the others for the emoluments annexed to their offices, where the executive magistrate or the judges not independent of the legislature. In this particular, their independence, I never heard, yeah, no, me either. That's what we're trying to do here, we're learning. And it's important to, like, admit when I don't know something, and when someone doesn't, because, you know, that's the only way to figure it out. It's like we say, nadie nace sabiendo. No one is born knowing. Were the executive, magistrate, or the judges not independent of the legislature in this particular, their independence in every other would be merely nominal. But the great security against the gradual concentration of the several powers in the same department consists in giving to those who administer each department the necessary constitutional means and personal motives to resist encroachments of the others. The provision for defense must in this, as in all other cases, be made commensurate to the danger of attack. Ambition must be made to counteract ambition. Such a smart sentence. The interests of the man must be connected with the constitutional rights of the place. It may be... Thank you so much for the follow, X. I appreciate it. The interest of the man must be connected with the constitutional rights of the place. It may be a reflection on human nature that such devices should be necessary to control the abuses of government. But what is government itself but the greatest of all reflections of human nature? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing... I think I have a cat here. Okay, yeah, I think I got it. You're totally good. Okay, no, there. Yeah, it was definitely a cat hair. In framing government, which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige it to control itself. Oh, gotta. You just gotta. You know what? It's because I do have like a ton on my shirt, so it totally makes sense. It's inevitable. A dependence on the people is no doubt the primary control on the government. But experience has taught mankind the necessity of auxiliary precautions. This policy of supplying by opposite and rival interests the defect of better motives, as in, like, you will, instead of doing one thing, you will do the other, might be traced through the whole system of human affairs, private as well as public. We see it particularly displayed in all the subordinate distributions of power, where the constant aim is to divide and arrange the several offices in such a manner as that each may be a check on the other, that the private interest of every individual may be a sentinel over the public rights. Defect. I'm not gonna... Like, defective or not working as intended. Well, but it's because I don't feel like that makes sense. I think defect makes more sense. Because why would it be the defect of better? Okay, we can move on. There's a lot. There's a lot to do in this course. You think as long as we get the general idea, we're good. We can keep moving. These inventions of prudence cannot... It's the way they write. Can't even do that. These inventions of prudence cannot be less requisite in the distribution of the supreme powers of the state. Inventions of prudence. but it is not possible to give to each department an equal power of self-defense. In a Republican government, the legislative authority necessarily predominates. The remedy for this inconveniency is to divide the what is the legislative authority? The constitutional power granted to a legislative body such as the U.S. Congress to create, amend, and repeal laws, manage the federal budget, and provide oversight of the executive branch. Okay. The remedy for this inconvenience is to divide the legislature into different branches and to render them by different modes of election and different principles of action as little connected with each other as the nature of their common functions and their common dependence on the society will admit. It may even be necessary to guard against dangerous encroachments by still further precautions. As the weight of the legislative authority requires that it should be thus divided, the weakness of the executive may require, on the other hand, that it should be fortified. I know that word, I finally understood something. An absolute negative on the legislature appears at first view to be the natural defense with which the executive magistrate should be armed. But perhaps it would be neither altogether safe nor alone sufficient. On ordinary occasions, it might not be exerted with the requisite firmness, and on extraordinary occasions, it might be perficiously abused. We'll assume perficiously is just a fancy way of saying, like, extremely and intensely should be armed. Armed as in figuratively. Not literally. We're not talking about weapons here. An absolute negative. I don't know what they mean by an absolute negative. A hypothetical total veto power for the executive branch over the legislature. He argues that while such a power seems necessary to defend the executive from a power... Okay, so basically, the executive branch has veto power over the legislature, which we know to be true. He argues that while such a power seems necessary to defend the executive from a powerful legislative branch, it is dangerous and potentially abusive, requiring a qualified veto instead. I see. Okay. At first view to be the natural defense with which... give me a second. Appears... Okay. So the natural defense with which the executive magistrate should be armed, as in its veto power, which is because it is, the legislature will be powerful, whatever, but the executive will ultimately have the power over it. Okay, but perhaps it would be neither altogether safe nor alone sufficient. Fair enough. On ordinary occasions, it might... Sorry, I think I hear my cat, but I'm just imagining it in my head. On ordinary occasions, it might not be exerted with the requisite firmness, and on extraordinary occasions, it might be perficiously abused. May not this defect of an absolute negative be supplied by some qualified connection between this weaker department and the weaker branch of the stronger department, by which the latter may be led to support the constitutional rights of the former without being too much detached from the rights of its own department is a question. Jesus, why they're so long. And I can't even complain. I write this exact way. Like, they just go forever. May not this defect of an absolute negative be supplied by some qualified connection between this weaker department, which, and here they're talking about the, I can't even, they're talking about the executive and their weaker branch of the stronger department, which is the executive. Stronger department, yeah. By which, on your brain hurting, sorry, hit enter too early. Oh no, you're good. Yeah, it's, no, this is the point though. Just to encourage everyone, you gotta take it in steps. But you gotta start somewhere. By which the latter being, it's the latter and the former, and the latter means the one that you just mentioned. Okay, so the executive, by which the executive may be led to support the constitutional rights of the legislative without being too much detached from the rights of its own department. May not this defect of an absolute negative be supplied by some qualified connection. I guess okay, then I don't know what it means by qualified connection. Okay, so as it needs a qualified connection, whatever this means, like a reason, based on what I googled, the speaker, or saying that because of the strength of the legislative and the weakness of the executive, that this creates the balance. My cat in the doorway. There is no doorway. This is just a couch, and then that's a TV, and that's a like TV stand. Almost certainly. I hope so. Let me see. Oh no, yeah, that's my cat. He's here. Percy, you're scaring cat. That's what you saw. He's pretty big. But like in a good way, right, Percy? He's also not allowed on my desk, actually, so we're gonna take him back. He's pretty big. He's a big boy. Oh no, yeah. It's a small room. Not just the back of a couch. You look like a bobcat. Yeah, he acts like one too. Pretty vicious little thing. Okay. Okay, so I think I might have understood. My heart actually sank. Sorry about that. Keep you on your toes here. Okay. Okay. If the principles on which these observations are founded be just, as I persuade myself they are, and they be applied as a criterion to the several state constitutions and to their federal constitution, it will be found that if the latter does not perfectly correspond with them, the former are infinitely less able to bear such a test. As in, if one government branch, if there's just not good communication, I guess, surely that's what it means by perfectly correspond with them. The former are infinitely less able to bear such a test. There are, moreover, two considerations particularly applicable to the federal system of America, which placed that system in a very interesting point of view. First, in a single republic, all the power surrendered by the people is submitted to the administration of a single government, and the usurpations are guarded against by a division of the government into distinct and separate departments. In the compound Republic of America, the power surrendered by the people is first divided between two distinct governments, and then the portion allotted to each subdivided among distinct and separate departments. Hence, a double security arises to the rights of the people. The different governments will control each other at the same time that each will be controlled by itself. Second, it is of great importance in a republic not only to guard the society against the oppression of its rulers, but to guard one part of the society against the injustice of the other part. Different interests necessarily exist in different classes of citizens. If a majority be united by a common interest, the rights of the minority will be insecure. There are but two methods of providing against this evil. The one by creating a will in the community independent of the majority, that is, of the society itself. The other by comprehending in the society so many separate descriptions of citizens as will render an unjust combination of a majority of the whole very improbable, if not impractical. The first method prevails in all governments possessing an hereditary or self-appointed authority. The first method. And the majority of the society itself. This at best is but a precarious security, because a power independent of the society may as well espouse the unjust views of the major as the rightful interest of the minor party, and may possibly be turned against both parties. This second method will be exemplified in the Federal Republic of the United States. In a free government, the security for civil rights must be the same as that for religious rights. They have no right to infringe upon you upon rights. It seems totally understandable to me that the same way that you should be, for example, allowed to protest, free speech, and all that fun stuff, you should also be able to be a part of whatever religion you want. That is what freedom means in America, is what they're saying. But I'm still in the paragraph. Bob, give me a second. The one by creating a will in the community independent of the majority, that is, of the society itself. The other by comprehending in the society so many separate descriptions of citizens as will render an unjust combination of a majority of the whole very improbable, if not practical. So you understand the second part. Basically, yes, people will be so different. They will have so many parts of them and needs because of who they are and what role in society they play, that it will be, their needs will be contrasting other people's needs, and therefore there will need to be, or rather, it will be unlikely that they join together which would potentially oppress a minority in this situation. The first part confuses me. The one by creating a will in the community independent of the majority, that is, of the society itself. Okay. So I think it's talking about a person who would be not looking. I guess it sounds. Does it make sense? It would be someone who is interested in like society in a greater aspect, as opposed to it's because it says independent of the majority of this, that is, of the society itself. The other, or rather, no, I'm confusing myself. Okay, let me just keep reading. And so even if it's dangerous to the individual, as in the person who is exerting their own rights, probably. If it's dangerous to the rights of others, then there we have one of the many fun parts of figuring politics out. Because yes, there will inevitably be contradictions. It is a part of it, and it knows. It is self-aware. And sorry for the like questions I'm learning myself. No, you're totally good. That is 1000% the point of these streams. That freaks me out. It's hard. The first method prevails in all governments, possessing the first method, which is talking about the one by creating a will in the community. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Independent of the majority, that is, of the society itself. Okay. So literally, it's just encouraging people to basically like think for itself, to advocate for itself, independent of what the majority believes. Okay, I do not know why it took me so long. Okay, I get it. Okay, so the first method prevails in all governments possessing an hereditary or self-appointed authority. This, at best, is but a precarious security, because a power independent of the society may as well espouse the unjust views of the major of the society. Does this mean that it would not be like it would be something? So this power comes from not like being voted in, right? That's why it says independent of the society, and it may as well espouse the unjust views of the major as the rightful interests of the minority party, and may possibly be turned against both parties. And because it is separate from society, that it is we have no guarantee that it will side with the majority nor the minority, and it can just as easily just be look out for its own. So if there was like a religion that made you, I don't know, carve something into yourself, it's super, yeah, I mean, technically no one can really do anything about that. As long as like you're not infringing on the freedoms of others, then yeah, you technically, and because when we talk about this, generally speaking, we're really just talking about the government, right? To what degree can the government interfere? And so when it talks about, especially because, yeah, this is literally just talking about the structure of government. And if we're trying to balance powers of government, then it believes in freedom, and then that includes freedom of religion. And if that means cutting yourself open, then aren't you proud to be an American? So be it. Now, if you're attacking others, then obviously that's illegal. So no, that is not. They're in the balance, right? You can do with yourself as you wish. You cannot harm others because that would be invading their freedom. So those two. That is creepy to think of. It is. It is. I hope people are not doing that. Though I am happy that they can. Sorry, I got stuck on that. No, you're totally good. Yeah, I've been listening to some like creepy podcasts, so I get it. It's and I like to listen to them like probably like 4 or 5 hours, just binging videos. So I totally get it. Okay. The second method will be exemplified in the Federal Republic of the United States. Whilst okay. So I think, okay, so the one by creating a will in the community independent of the majority as of the society itself. Okay, this sentence still confuses me, but it doesn't matter because I still understand what it's getting at. Which is just saying that it is something independent of society itself, and that it would be by, like, you are the heir to something, or worse, self-appointed. And the problems with those, so basically, say a king, right? Where it's like the heir is the one that gets the next of kin is the one that gets appointed that position of authority, and it's also like self-appointed because like no one voted for you, the people aren't giving it to you, you just took it, and therefore that's why it says it can be easily going towards it can espouse, as it says, the unjust use of the major as well as the minority, as well as just turn against both parties. Yes. Exactly. I also look at a lot of horror things true and untrue. Well, yes, the true crime, obviously true. But like the supernatural stuff, I don't believe it, but it is fun to listen to. Okay. And then... Okay, the second method will be exemplified in the Federal Republic of the United States, whilst all authority in it will be derived from and dependent on the society. The society itself will be broken into so many parts, interests, and classes of citizens that the rights of individuals or of the minority will be in little danger from interested combinations of the majority. One second, I'm gonna get a drink. I'm getting into this. Be my guest. In a free government, for security for civil rights must be the same as that for religious rights. It consists, in the one case, in the multiplicity of interests, and in the other, in the multiplicity of sects. Now, let me check really quickly what exactly multiplicity means. I can vaguely understand what it's trying to say, but I'd like a clear definition. Multiplicity refers to a large number, great variety, or the state of being multiple. Makes sense. Okay. The degree of security in both cases will depend on the number of interests and sects, and this may be presumed to depend on the extent of country and number of people comprehended under the same government. That's a really good point. That though you will always have people who are interested, have like different self-interest, and are also different, like parts of different like social groups, that those will also vary depending on how many people even are there, right? So for example, you'll have rural communities, you'll find them to be more like each other because they are smaller than, say, a city. This view of the subject must particularly recommend a proper federal system to all the sincere and considerate friends of Republican government, since it shows that in exact proportion as the territory of the Union may be formed into more circumscribed confederacies or states, oppressive combinations of majority will be facilitated. So basically, as the territory is separated into smaller sections, combinations of a majority will be easier to be formed. The best security under the Republican forms for the rights of every class of citizens will be diminished, and consequently, the stability and independence of some member of the government. The only other security must be proportionately increased. The stability and independence of some member of the government, the only other security, must be proportionally increased. Justice is the end of government. It is the end of civil society. It ever has been and ever will be pursued until it be obtained, or until liberty be lost in the pursuit. In a society under the forms of which the stronger faction can readily unite and oppress the weaker, anarchy may as truly be said to reign as in a state of nature, where the weaker individual is not secured against the violence of the stronger, and as, in the latter state, even the stronger individuals are prompted by the uncertainty of their condition to submit a government which may protect the weak as well as themselves. So in the former state, will the more powerful factions or parties be gradually induced by a like motive to wish for a government which will protect all parties, the weaker as well as the more powerful. Okay, so basically saying if in a society where like majorities can abuse power and bully minorities, it is of course like it's not good for obvious reasons, because obviously like the bullied suffer, but also like the majority should also not be comfortable in this, because since there is no like clear stability, then like there are no rules, right? It is that akin to anarchy. And so there is no reason why the people in the majority, or the people in power at that point, why they should feel confident that they will remain forever in that point. Is that they will at some point be the minority and be the ones bullied. Therefore, it is just best for everyone to have a government that will protect all parties. It can be little doubted that if the state of Rhode Island was separated from the Confederacy and left to itself, the insecurity of rights under the popular form of government within such narrow limits would be displayed by such reiterated oppressions of factious majorities that some power altogether independent of the people would soon be called for by the voice of the very factions whose misrule had proved the necessity of it. The insecurity of rights under welcome back. We're almost done. Last paragraph of the Federalist paper, and we still have a little bit more reading to do. Like we're not just doing this for fun, although we kind of are. But this is a part of the course that we're doing. It's a free course, and anyone can take it, by the way. So, okay. The insecurity of rights under the popular form of government. Oh, I guess I wish I knew the context of whatever the state of Rhode Island was, whatever was going on with it at this time. 1788. Let me see. Let's see if I can very quickly. I don't want to take too long. I need to be making progress. State of Rhode Island in 1788. A staunchly independent, anti-federalist state, and the only one to reject the U.S. Constitution by popular referendum. Interesting. Under the control of the Country Party, voters overwhelmingly opposed ratification, 2,714 nays to 238 yeas. So, like, 10 times as many people. On March 24th, 1788, citing fears of a strong central government, the loss of paper currency, and the lack of religious freedom protection. Rhode Island why is Rhode Island mentioning as a confederacy? Because they are anti-federalist. So like the federal papers, so like the thing that we're reading right now, so the idea of what would be the idea of government as our founding fathers are describing it, yeah, they did not like it. They did not want to be a part. It's so interesting. But it also says that they're the only one to reject it by popular, as in like by popular vote. Because it's saying, so if the state of Rhode Island was separated from the Confederacy, but also the Confederacy, I think it just means like the America as it was then. It doesn't literally mean like, for example, like the Confederate States. That is the insecurity of rights under the popular form of government within such narrow limits would be displayed by such reiterated oppressions of factious majorities. Okay, so it's saying that the factions of people, like of majorities, right? Like the people who like the majorities people, right? So these are the people that have some power. Of factious majorities with some power altogether independent of the people would soon be called for. They would be oppressive it would be, their rights would be insecure, and it would be so bad that some power altogether, independent of the people, would soon be called for by the voice of the very factions whose misrule, as in, like, these are the people who want this system, and yet, these are the same people who don't want this system, and they will, and by behaving in such a way, they will prove why it's necessary. In the extended Republic of the United States, and among the great variety of interests, parties, and sects with it embraces, a coalition of a majority of the whole society could seldom take place on any other principles than those of justice and the general good. Whilst there being thus less danger to a minor from the will of a major party, there must be less pretext. Also, to provide for the security of the former by introducing into the government a will not dependent on the latter, or, in other words, a will independent of the society itself. It is no less certain than it is important, notwithstanding the contrary opinions which have been entertained, that the larger the society, provided it lie within a practical sphere, the more duly capable it will be of self-government. And happily, for the Republican cause, the practical sphere may be carried to a very great extent by a judicious modification and mixture of the federal principle. Publius, sorry. Okay. So it is saying that it believes that basically the bigger society, the more conflicting interests and like subgroups you will have, that it will be more likely, or rather less likely, to have a majority that will then abuse that fact. Even though it is important to have a government independent of society. Okay. We got the gist of it. And now we're going to read Martin LaMonica, Does Impeachment Need a Crime? Not according to the two framers of the Constitution. The Conversation, January 26, 2020. Donald Trump's legal and political defenders are all singing the same refrain. The president can't be impeached. He hasn't committed a crime. Alan Dershowitz, the constitutional lawyer now representing Trump, said it during an appearance on CNN. Senator Ted Cruz echoed it on Twitter, noting there was not even a speeding ticket. And of course, Trump himself has used the phrase, no crime, repeatedly as he seeks to delegitimize the impeachment hearings. But does the impeachment and conviction of a president require an actual criminal offense, as the president's counselors and supporters argue? A felon but hasn't committed a crime. Right. Democrats clearly don't think so. Gerald Nadler, the Democratic chair of the House Judiciary Committee, lectured senators at the impeachment hearing on January 23rd that the Constitution made it clear that a crime was not necessary for the president to be impeached. This question of constitutional interpretation is critical to experts such as me, since the two articles of impeachment now pending in the Senate allege actions, including the abuse of power and the obstruction of Congress, that do not themselves constitute a violation of any criminal law. And even though the Government Accountability Office has concluded that the president's withholding of aid to Ukraine was unlawful under the Empowerment Control Act, the president's actions do not give rise to criminal penalties. Yeah, unlawful is a very good word. It's like, it might not be necessarily illegal, but that's also not what, like, law dictates you can do. Treason, a matter of dates. It's important to understand what is not on the table. Under the impeachment clause of the Constitution, Impoundment Control Act, we can, it's just, I'll switch it up really quickly. Impoundment Control Act is a federal law restricting the president's authority to withhold, also known as impound, authorized funding, reasserting Congress's power of the purse. passed in response to President Nixon's impoundments. It requires congressional approval for permanent cancellation. So basically, because Congress has the power of the purse, so they are the ones who get to allocate where money goes, then like, the president does not have authority over that. So when he says impound, as in to take it from them, he does not have that authority. And that's because apparently Nixon tried to do it. Of course he did. It's important to understand what is not on the table. Under the impeachment clause of the Constitution, a president may be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Treason, that man is he's trying to go for freaking 4 for 4. Oh, so he withheld funding from Ukraine even though Congress said this goes there. Exactly. Yeah, that was when, I don't know if you heard about it, but it was when he was asking Zelensky for, to investigate the whole Joe Biden thing, because Joe Biden, sorry, not Joe Biden, well, yes, Joe Biden, but Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden had some business dealings with someone in Ukraine or something like that, and they, of course, because they're incapable of doing anything that isn't freaking shady, they also assumed that this was shady, and so he told Zelensky to provide him information on this, and he withheld the funds as a threat. It's important to understand what is not on the table. Under the impeachment clause of the Constitution, a president may be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Treason is a criminal offense defined in the Constitution as acts that consist of levying war against the United States or giving aid and comfort to its enemies. The Supreme Court has held that it can take place only in wartime. Sorry, it can take place only in wartime? Really? Okay, not the time. I don't, sorry. What is this? Oh. I can't take too long on these things. There's still a lot to go through, and I lose access to it tomorrow. Disobeying Congress is like one of the worst things you can do, no? I'd probably say disobeying the Supreme Court feels worse. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think that they probably should have equal weight, if the whole point of it is that they're balancing each other. But somehow it just feels worse. But it's definitely bad. Absolutely. Undoubtedly. It defeats the purpose. Yeah. Of Congress. Okay. Under this definition, Trump did not commit treason. Treason is not a catch-all phrase for unpatriotic acts. It requires actions like those of Benedict Arnold, the American general who betrayed his country to fight for the British in the Revolutionary War. Jesus. Bribery, also a criminal offense, was not alleged in the pending articles of impeachment. I did not know that the Supreme Court had held that it can only take place in wartime. That is stupid. Because nowadays you could we're basically always at war. We're constantly being attacked. Countries are constantly just spying on each other and trying to interfere in each other's elections and shit like that. So that's stupid. I wonder what this how I would like to read into it. I just don't have the time right now. Framers' intent. That leaves us with other high crimes and misdemeanors. The Republican Party has long advocated for constitutional interpretation that relies on the original intent of the framers. So what did the framers mean by this lofty phrase, and what did they reject as impeachable offenses? During the Constitutional Convention, George Mason moved that the impeachment clause follow the term bribery with or maladministration. But James Madison objected on grounds that it was too broad and would subject a president to tenure only at the pleasure of the state, so the phrase was replaced by other high crimes and misdemeanors. Yeah, and that's not general and too broad. The framers intended the phrase to convey a more serious connotation than simple incompetence or poor administration, which that seems impeachable to me. Okay, sorry. In Federalist Paper number 65, Hamilton made clear that impeachable acts must involve the abuse or violation of some public trust and, which I would argue Trump definitely checks, and relate chiefly to injuries done immediately to the society itself. He has 100% harmed society. I hate the man. Hamilton made no mention of the requirement that actual crimes be committed, nor, as far as I know, did any other framers suggest that actual crimes were mandatory for impeachment. Examples of impeachable offenses cited by the framers provide further context. In response to concerns that the president could use his pardon powers to protect his own bad acts from detection, Madison responded, "If the president be connected in any suspicious manner with any person, and there be grounds to believe he will shelter him, the House of Representatives can impeach him." What Madison did not count on is that the House of Representatives would be spineless, fickle little... I just well, no worries. Great, then you're definitely welcome here. Madison makes no reference to any crime. His concern here is the potential for the use of presidential power for personal or other inappropriate purposes. Although I don't hate him because I'm a Christian and I'm not supposed to hate people, so I do, but I cannot. That's totally fair. I'm an atheist, so I can hate the man. Don't worry. I got this. I'll hate him for both of us. Fellow framer James Ardell concluded that presidential acts to obscure or withhold information from Congress could also constitute a violation of the impeachment clause if Congress was induced to act based on deception. He's done way too much. He really has. Misdemeanors misinterpreted. The framers understood that high crimes and misdemeanors included acts that may not necessarily violate any criminal law but do constitute a serious violation of the public trust. It also has to be remembered that the word misdemeanors had a broader meaning at the time it was added to the impeachment clause. As law professor and historian Frank Bowman has pointed out, in the context of British law at the time, misdemeanor did not solely mean a less serious criminal offense. Rather, crimes and misdemeanors were used more colloquially to mean bad behavior. Then how is that not broad, Madison? Advocates for Trump say the current articles of impeachment do not meet the threshold as they do not allege criminal offenses. The framers would be surprised by this interpretation. Originalism revisited. The articles allege that Trump abused his political power to serve his own ends, including his re-election, and that in doing so, he undermined the nation's security policy in terms of its commitment to Ukraine's defense. Whether or not the evidence supports this charge, an actual criminal offense is simply not a prerequisite for impeachment in this or any other case. The framers are clear on this point. Interpreting high crimes and misdemeanors to reflect the modern understanding of those terms as actual statutory offenses is inconsistent with the framers' original intent. Such an approach is also inconsistent with the broader theory of originalism, which relies on interpreting what the founders meant at the time of the Constitution's writing. Indeed, the president's position on high crimes and misdemeanors appears more consistent with the idea that the Constitution should be interpreted within a modern context as a living constitution, an interpretive method much criticized by many in the GOP. You don't say. Undermine is an understatement. Exactly. I agree. Okay. And the second to last. Well, yeah, it is the last reading just because we do not have this book that they recommend because it's like $100 on Amazon and we're not doing that. We can't do that. I do not have the money for that. Okay. So we'll just do the summary. Hamdan v. Rumsfeld. 2006. Huh. Is a United States Supreme Court case in which the court held that military commissions set up by the Bush administration to try detainees at Guantanamo Bay violated both the Uniform Code of Military Justice and the Geneva Conventions ratified by the U.S. Hamdan raises several legal issues. Whether the United States Congress may pass legislation preventing the Supreme Court from hearing the case of an accused combatant before his military commission takes place, whether the special military commissions established by the executive branch violated federal law, and whether courts can enforce the articles of the Geneva Conventions. After hearing oral arguments on March 28, 2006, on June 29, 2006, the court issued a 5-3 decision holding that it had jurisdiction, that the administration lacked either the constitutional power or congressional authorization to establish these particular military commissions, that, absent such authority, the military commissions had to comply with the ordinary laws of the U.S. and of war, which include the UCMJ and the Geneva Conventions incorporated therein, and that Hamdan's trial, having violated the rights and procedures under both bodies of law, was illegal. I don't know much of the context surrounding this, so I didn't understand. Like, I understand the big idea. I don't really know the implications. I don't either. I'm broke. Yeah, $100. Are you kidding me? For a book? Okay, now. I must be transparent. And I have spent a lot of money on books before. But it was totally, like, that's a different thing, okay? Those are collectibles. If you see... I don't know if you know Sarah J. Maas, Akatar and stuff. They're pretty popular. Some people hate them, some people love them. Me personally, they're my old, I just read them a long time ago. But I didn't buy them, and I regret it every day since. I love Harry Potter. Guantanamo Bay. I believe, Jesus. You know what? I should and I don't. Guantanamo. That's from... Well, here, let me see what it's... During the war on drugs. Okay, that's what it's referencing. So it's the... Jesus, we have a military prison? Okay, sorry. Let me get you back to normal. Okay, basically, they went out of print, the original covers, just to finish up that story. And I hadn't bought them yet, except the paperback ones for one series, but it's two different ones. And that was on me. That's my biggest regret to this day. Biggest regret. It's like American concentration camp, basically. I see that. It sounds intense. Oh, wait, where did I? Oh, here we go. And the point is that I paid a lot of money for them after they went out of print, and I will do it again. Following the September 11 attacks, the United States led a multinational military operation against Taliban-ruled Afghanistan to dismantle al-Qaeda and capture its leader, Osama bin Laden. During the invasion in November 2001, Bush issued a military order allowing the indefinite detention of foreign nationals without charge and preventing them from legally challenging their detention. The U.S. Department of Justice claimed that habeas corpus, a legal recourse against unlawful detention, did not apply to Guantanamo because it was outside U.S. territory. That's disgusting. Yeah, they do that a lot. It's no worries. But the Supreme Court did vote in their favor, so... Very interesting. Okay. Okay, we get a video. Let me pause the music so it's not competing. 21 minutes. Settle in.
I'm in Washington, standing in front of the Supreme Court building, where in 2004, 2006, and 2008, the Supreme Court declared that the Bush administration had acted outside the law and had to stop. At issue were policies that Bush had put in place after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001.
Yeah, it's really, really bad. I mean, it is... It's, like, you can't hide from your history, but you're definitely responsible for making sure it doesn't happen again.
Bush had concluded that the United States was engaged in a new kind of war that required a different set of rules. Captured enemy combatants, instead of being tried in regularly constituted courts, would be tried in secret military tribunals. Those that were thought to have important information would be subject to harsh interrogation, including waterboarding, which the United States had condemned as torture when used on American soldiers in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. In one case, the Supreme Court said that the Bush administration had violated the Constitution. In another case, the Supreme Court said that it had violated the laws of Congress and the Geneva Conventions. In its final decision, the Supreme Court rejected the Bush administration's claim that the president alone had authority to decide the rules of law during time of war. That judgment, said the court, belongs to us, the court, not to the president. The Supreme Court in those decisions was acting as the framers of the Constitution would have preferred. In the words of John Adams, the nation's second president,
Yeah, 21 minutes is a little intense, but we got it.
the Constitution was designed to create a government of laws rather than of men. A century after the U.S. Constitution was written, William Gladstone, the four-time Prime Minister of Britain, declared it to be the most wonderful work ever struck off by the brain and purpose of man. Gladstone admired the Constitution for the precedent it set. The nation's highest authority would be the words of a document, rather than the dictates of a top ruler. Today we take that idea for granted, but in 1787, when the Constitution was written, it was a revolutionary idea. Elsewhere in the world, the law was what the king said it was. His word was law. America would be governed instead by a constitution that put limits on what those in power could do. In this session, we'll look at why the framers of the Constitution were determined to limit the power of government. Then we'll look at how they built the concept of limited government into the Constitution. Finally, we'll examine whether the Constitution has actually served as an effective check on government. The American Revolution was fought to overthrow what the Declaration of Independence called the absolute tyranny of the British king. The framers worried that the U.S. government might itself become tyrannical. It is said that Benjamin Franklin, asked by a woman what type of government the Constitution had created, replied, "A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it."
True.
How do you prevent government from becoming tyrannical? You might think it's a constitution that strips government of nearly all power. Some Americans today think that way. A U.S. Senate candidate recently ran on a platform that claimed, "The government which governs best is the government that governs least." The writers of the Constitution knew better, a lesson they had learned the hard way. When the American states declared their independence from Britain, they wrote a constitution called the Articles of Confederation. The Articles established a national government, but gave it almost no authority. It had no power to tax, but instead had to petition the states for money. The states were slow to pay, and often paid less than their promised share.
What's a constitutional monarchy? I'm missing it. Constitutional monarchy. Form of government where a hereditary monarch acts as head of state within the boundaries of a constitution, sharing power with an elected parliament. I see. So it's like a president. Well, the monarch. The monarch holds limited, largely ceremonial powers, while a prime minister typically, you also have a prime minister? Typically, sorry, not you necessarily, but in this idea, typically leads a government. Key benefits include political stability and continuity. While main disadvantages include the high cost of the royal family and lack of democratic accountability. Like, yeah, then why have it at that point? Just modern day Britain, the British Parliament holds almost all the power. I see.
During one 5-year period, Georgia and North Carolina paid nothing, not a single dime, to the national treasury. So think about your own finances. What do you do when you're short of cash? Well, for starters, you probably cut back on your spending. You get really desperate, you might try to sell your valuables. Well, that's exactly what the government of the Articles did. To save money, it slashed the Army to less than 1,000 men. To raise money, it sold the Navy's ships. This at a time when Britain still had a large army in Canada and Spain had one in what is now Florida. How would the country defend itself if attacked by Britain or Spain? No wonder that George Washington questioned whether the United States deserved even to be called a nation and worried that it would descend into chaos, opening the door to a tyrannical leader. Now, the Constitution was meant to fix the defects in the Articles of Confederation, but the writers were also determined that the new government not be so strong as to threaten liberty. So their strategy was to grant the national government necessary powers, including the power to tax, while at the same time placing strict limits on its authority.
I like monarchies as part of like fantasy stories, and as part of history, that's fine too. I don't think they make a lot of. I'm gonna say I don't think they make a lot of sense in modern day, but I would have to see more.
The strategy included denials of power. Officials would be prohibited, for example, from putting someone in prison and throwing away the keys. This was a common practice at the time in Europe. Opponents of the king were locked away for as long as the king wanted, forever in many cases. That practice would be prohibited in the United States. The Constitution gives the accused the right to appear before a judge who will determine whether authorities have enough evidence to warrant detention. The writers also sought to limit government through grants of power. Article 1 of the Constitution, the very first article of the Constitution, gives Congress 17 specific powers, such as the power to tax, the power to raise an army and navy, the power to regulate commerce. These grants give power, but they also deny power. Powers not granted to Congress, those not on the list, are denied it. In a period of history when other governments admitted to no limits on their powers, this was a substantial limitation.
Give me a second, just writing some notes. Grants of power.
As originally written, the U.S. Constitution did not include the Bill of Rights, a list of specific individual rights, such as freedom of speech. The framers thought a list was unnecessary because government had only those powers granted to it, and it had not been granted the power to deny people their rights. Thomas Jefferson was among the many who thought otherwise. Jefferson had included the Bill of Rights in the Virginia Constitution he wrote at the outbreak of the Revolutionary War, and other states had followed his example. Said Jefferson, the Bill of Rights.
Are you European? I don't know what the German model is.
Is what the people are entitled to against every government on earth. In response to such objections, the first Congress passed a series of amendments that were quickly ratified by the states. These amendments, the first 10 to the Constitution, are called the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is a clear example of limited government. If you were arrested tomorrow and had no money, the judge doesn't have the option of saying, tough luck.
No, I study European models and compare them to our own. I see.
Buddy. The government is required by the Sixth Amendment to provide you a lawyer and to pay for it. Now, the framers didn't think that words alone, written grants and denials, would be enough to control those in power. They wanted something strong. That something was to divide the government into separate branches and pit them against each other. This was not a new idea. The French theorist Montesquieu had proposed it nearly a half a century earlier. Where there is no separation of powers, he wrote, there can be no liberty. But the framers gave Montesquieu's idea a new twist. Rather than completely separating the branches, as he had proposed, they overlapped them so that each was better positioned to act as a check on the others. So instead of granting all legislative power to Congress, they gave some of it to the president. For example, the power to veto laws, and some of it to the courts, the power to interpret laws. The same with executive power. The president has most of it, but not all of it. For example, Congress controls how much money the president can spend and on what. The president doesn't have the option of taking money allocated for highways and spending it on the military. The same with judicial power.
We're doing great. We're very studious.
For example, by giving the president the power to nominate federal judges and the Senate the power to confirm them. This system of divided power was described by Harvard's Richard Newstead as one of separated institutions sharing power. The powers of government, legislative, executive, and judicial, are granted to separate branches, but no branch has all power within its sphere of authority. Part of it, in every case, is shared with the other two branches, providing them a means of checking that branch's power. So that's the theory, each branch acting as a check on the other. Now, as you know, theory and reality aren't always the same thing. The English poet John Wilmot quipped, "Before I got married, I had 6 theories about raising children. Now I have 6 children and no theory." What about the framers' theory? Well, the record's far from perfect. After Japan attacked U.S. forces at Pearl Harbor in December 1941, President Franklin Roosevelt ordered the forced relocation of more than 100,000 Japanese Americans from the West Coast.
That's great to hear, Rath. We're just doing a free course that is available to everyone, just so everyone knows, on government, American government. And this expires, my access to this expires tomorrow because I put it off for the entire month, guys. So I'm trying to, I'm trying to get through as much as possible. I did a lot of it yesterday, so the VOD is still there if you guys are interested.
Saying they might try to help the enemy. They were forced to sell their homes at rock bottom prices and were shipped to detention camps in Utah and other inland states. They lived out the war behind barbed wire, watched over by armed guards. Their advocates looked to Congress for help. Instead, Congress embraced Roosevelt's policy. Not a single senator or House member voted to rescind it. 3 times the Supreme Court reviewed the policy.
Jesus.
Each time it upheld it, though it was clearly unconstitutional. Racism played into the relocation policy. America had a long history of discriminating against Asians.
World War II, I heard Japan and the U.S. conflict. Yeah, so this is specifically about the limited government, and as in, so what do we do to check the powers of government? And we're viewing it from, mostly from like a constitutional perspective. And so an example where basically all branches of the government fail to respect the Constitution was in, yeah, with like the camps that they had.
Entry in 1883, Japanese immigration was effectively blocked in 1907.
Basically, it's just reiterating how any defect in our history, and there are many, they're not due to the Constitution, right? It is people behaving in gross ways. Like, it is not, like, what they did, that was not American. That was not what the founding fathers thought of. That is not what probably, like, good people also agreed with. But ultimately, things can only be whatever power enforces. And that's why we have to be responsible civilians and vote.
When the survivors of the Titanic arrived by rescue ship in New York Harbor in 1912, they were taken ashore, except for a handful of Chinese crewmen. They were not allowed to...
That's so cruel. That's crazy. They just survived the Titanic, but we still have... But it's okay. Like, there's still space for racism. This is why I'm leaving for Europe next chance I get. I'm keeping an eye out. I want to stay. I've sacrificed things in order to live here. So I'm trying to stay, but if yeah, but I can't completely say that's not something I've thought about.
To set foot on American soil. Ironically, Japanese Americans were allowed during World War II to volunteer for combat in Europe. They made up the entirety of the U.S. Army's 442nd Regiment. That regiment became the most decorated combat unit of its size, not only in World War II, but in the whole of U.S. military history. 21 of its soldiers received the Congressional Medal of Honor, the nation's highest award. In 1988, the United States issued a formal apology for its mistreatment of Japanese Americans, saying it was the result of race.
My German friend tells me so much about Germany, and I tell her stuff here and gets dumbfounded. That is... Yeah. I have a friend in Belgium, and, yeah, I'm checking. Sorry about that. I was checking, oh, I don't know why it flagged it. It flagged you were saying Trump. That's so funny. I'm sorry. I need how do I allow it? Because you can very much talk about that here. No, you didn't. I'm sorry. But for context, so we can like keep the conversation going, you just said, how do I? Ugh, I'm sorry. People never talk. It is a curse word for me. It's funny. God, where did it go? No, absolutely. I have a friend in Belgium, and we also like compare and contrast, and it is interesting. But like, here's the thing, right? You can definitely think that things are better. Because for example, I lived in Mexico for like half of my life. That's not true, but for a lot of it, a significant amount. And so I compare it to my living there, and but I've always felt very American. And so when I didn't want to move, right? Because I knew that I liked being here. But I only know these two countries. So if I were to go to Europe, for example, I don't know if like what I thought was American was just like me liking like Western society, and indeed I want to be somewhere else. But honestly, I don't think that's it. But it's definitely, I think people should 100% move to wherever they feel is best. And that is subjective, is what I do think. I don't think we can just like objectively say that one, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. For example, because I'm not saying that I wouldn't be comfortable in Europe, because I don't know that. I've never been to Europe. There's definitely a chance. However, I do think that, because like I know for a fact I am happier in America than I am in Mexico, right? Like my family lives in Mexico. My entire family lives in Mexico. I don't have anyone here, except my boyfriend, but he's from here, and I got him here, so he doesn't count. So I can see both, and I can choose America, right? And I encourage everyone to do the same. I just would disagree if anyone were to try to say that one thing is objectively better. That's where I would have the disagreement.
Prejudice, war hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. As the relocation policy indicates, America is not a stranger to tyranny, the powerful trampling on the rights of the weak. Such episodes, however, are relatively few in number in the system of checks and balances.
Europe is better than America. I would say so currently. I think, well, what do we mean? Because I have a hard time agreeing, because when I think of America, I don't just think of the current administration. I think of, when I think of America, I think of the soul of it. Is the thing, right? I think, what does it mean? What's at the core of it? And it is very optimistic, I know. But it's still very much just how I feel. And so when we talk about, like, if we look at it from that perspective, I would still say, like, that's your opinion to have. I just disagree with it. And then also, like, Europe is a big place, right? Like, it's, like, what country are we specifically talking about? Because I'm sure, like, it also, like, varies a lot. Not that I know much of any of them, so, you know, you'd have to, I'd have to hear it out, but I think overall better healthcare, better welfare. I think that's, healthcare is probably true. I'm speaking mainly of Germany. That's maybe true. Well, because then we get into this, do we not have the best hospitals and, like, medical attention? Right? Like, there's some nuance to it. Of course, like, who can afford it, right? There's obviously that factor. It's like, can anyone afford it? And if the answer is no, does that still count? Going into debt because you need a procedure in the US is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, that is true. It's very hard for me because I've never had, like, any, like, big health complications, and, like I said, I don't have family here, so it's not like I've had family with health complications, so I have a hard time. But for example, my father-in-law, we're not married, but for purposes of this conversation, he did go to the hospital, and they were able to pay the bill for, like, they got it in payments, and it was fine. It wasn't anything crazy, and he doesn't have insurance. I do have insurance, and I feel like it covers, but I don't have, like, harsh circumstances, like medical conditions or anything crazy going on. But in that case, like, that's just a different conversation, it feels like. Yes, but in Europe, it's free, which I understand, but at what cost, right? You have higher taxes. So it evens out, in my opinion. So now it's just a matter of, like, what do you prefer? Because for me personally, I'm happy paying the tax amount that we pay here. Because, like I said, I have a friend in Belgium, and she tells me, like, her tax rate, I don't want to pay that tax rate. I don't know what the tax rate in Germany is, but I don't want to pay it. But it's free for everyone, no matter your income. Yes, but you can control your income. You cannot control the tax rate, generally speaking. Like, you have a lot more control over your income than your tax rate. And yes, it's hard. And yes, your starting point will be, like, very different depending on your circumstance. But you are able to get so much more, you're able to get richer here in America than you would probably in any of these countries, simply because America is bigger. So it's totally, like, this is not true for everyone. I understand that, and that's, you know, like, I'm not saying that this is true for everyone. I'm just saying that because of me, like, of my personality and my, like, my existence living, I still think that America is better. I just believe for free healthcare for everyone, no matter who you are. I do think that we should be able to, that we can do better there. Europe is a whole continent. It sounds ridiculous to compare it to America. I do think it's a bit of a cheat, because America is so big, that if you look at it, like, by landmass, it is probably just comparable. And speaking from a German comparison mainly, yeah. And it feels silly, does it not, to compare, like, Germany to America? If we look at, like, sizes, or here, let's go to maps. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to do this very carefully because I do not want to dox me. Again, I accidentally doxed myself the other day. I took down the bot. It's not out there, but I did do that. Well, it's because I like using Google Maps. I could use a picture, but I want the I want maps. Is this? Yeah, this is. Okay, I'm gonna have to use just a picture because anything else might show. Might show where I live. And friendly reminder, I do multi-stream, so if you don't see the people in chat, that's probably because they're in a different chat. Because someone at one point was like, "Oh, I thought you were talking." I was like, "Who is she talking to?" God, they're just so tiny. And not in a bad way. I don't want any European being offended. But it's just like, hello? Because we can see like, Germany there, the little dot. Jacob like, hey, since you're sidetracked, can I recommend a streamer you like? Yeah, absolutely. We are very, very sidetracked. Yeah, feel free. So yeah, we can see like Germany here, and then compare it to the U.S. Like I feel like it's more comparable to do like one state. I agree, it's pretty big. All of Europe is larger than the U.S. Is it? Oh, let's say I believe you. Maybe that's true. But if we try to do like one country, obviously it won't be very equitable. And do we mean by population, by like landmass, by what are we? What are we doing there? Okay, we also need to bring it back. I need to do this, guys. I need to finish. But Chicana Talks, please. I'd love to hear who you're recommending.
Is a reason. Scores of times, the President, Congress, or the Supreme Court has intervened when another branch has overstepped its constitutional authority. The Watergate scandal is a textbook example. On the June 9th,
they're called Anxious Eds. They do hobby streams like you do. You'll probably get along with their community. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll check out. I'll open their page and leave it saved for later. The entire continent of Europe is actually slightly larger than the United States, measuring approximately 10.2 million compared to the US at 9.8, while Europe is larger in total land area. Okay, so they're both by both measures. US dominant in finance, military, and overall top at the top in the New World compared to today's Germany. Thanks. Absolutely, thank you for the recommendation. I appreciate you following me yesterday. I remember. Okay, let's focus on America. We can argue. We'll debate Europe versus US some other day. But also, like I said, it's like it's a personal choice. I just very much believe that. I don't know if it's because we live in a world in a time where you can go anywhere, and it's an option to move wherever you wish, and that is totally valid. Finance and military, yes, but in terms of overall happiness and a bigger life expectancy, it goes to Germany. See, me personally, I don't want to live that long, so I'm ready to. Once I start slowing down, I will go to Germany though, or I will go to Europe so they can, you know.
In 1972, a security guard at the Watergate buildings in Washington, D.C. noticed that the latch on the door to the Democratic Party's national headquarters had been taped open. He removed the tape and went away. Coming back later, he noticed the door had been taped open again. He called police.
Okay, I need to go back really quickly to see what we're talking about. On the Watergate scandal, of course. On a June night, 1972, a security guard at the Watergate buildings in Washington, D.C. noticed that the latch on the door to the Democratic Party's national headquarters had been taped open. He He removed the tape and went away. Coming back later, he noticed the door had been taped open again. He called police.
They caught 5 men inside, installing bugs in the phone and ceilings.
Watergate is
As it
crazy,
turned
by
out,
the way.
They had links to President Richard Nixon's reelection.
That it happened at all, but hello.
Nixon denied that anyone at the White House had knowledge of the break-in. In truth, the Watergate break-in was part of a much larger dirty tricks campaign aimed at guaranteeing Nixon's reelection. The dirty tricks included wiretaps, tax audits, burglaries of Nixon opponents,
It's just insane.
paid in part with money laundered illegally through Mexico.
Shout out Mexico.
The turning point occurred when, during a Senate investigative hearing, a White House assistant revealed that Nixon had tape recorded all his Oval Office conversations. Nixon at first refused Congress's demand to hear the tapes. As the pressure mounted, he released transcripts of what he claimed were all the relevant ones. When Congress demanded more tape material, Nixon refused. Congress then filed suit to get the tapes. In a unanimous decision, the U.S. Supreme Court, which included 4 Nixon appointees, ordered Nixon to turn over the tapes. They were incriminating. Nixon was heard telling his assistants to...
See, like, this is one of the frustrating parts, that it's just, like, at least they held him accountable. Like, is this insane? Absolutely. For a president to do, ridiculous. But also, like, it's so small compared to the ridiculous timeline that we're in right now. But at least, like, his Supreme Court still, like, voted against him.
Cover up the Watergate.
Our Supreme Court, maybe if we're lucky, will vote against Trump, and they'll take, like, a sweet time doing it.
Break-in, including using the CIA to block the FBI from investigating it. With that, the House of Representatives began impeachment hearings.
That's crazy.
At that point, Nixon resigned.
Nixon was heard telling us, okay, whatever, I'm not going to rant about Trump
the first and only
anymore.
president to do so.
I need to finish it.
President Nixon,
They won't.
despite
Yeah,
holding
it's
what is often
insane.
called the most powerful office on earth, was powerless to stop Congress and the Supreme Court from acting. The writers of the Constitution had established them as separate and independent branches of government.
That's debatable. They have more free speech and are much more welcoming to newcomers compared to the likes of Germany. I'll give Germany for having much more affordable healthcare. Yeah.
And they acted in precisely that way. Now, as I'm...
It's so funny, though, isn't it? I didn't, like I said, for all of my, like, adolescence, I was in Mexico, so I was very disconnected from, like, from America. And, despite being bored in the U.S. But like, freedom of speech is something that you hear all the time growing up. It's just such it's quintessential. And it's just so funny to think that, like, other countries technically don't have that. Not really. Like, they literally don't, right? Like, we say freedom of speech because it is in our Constitution, right? It is written in our laws. And so it's not just a concept. It is the literal law. And so it's so funny that other people, it's like there was this one debate that I was seeing, and they were like, oh, like, stop saying something stupid or something like that. And this person was like, she was like, oh, I can say whatever I want. Freedom of speech exists. And the other person was like, you don't have freedom of speech. You're Canadian. And that is just objectively funny, because I guess that's true.
I'm sure you recognize America's system of checks and balances doesn't always operate that decisively. Politics is a rough and sometimes deceitful game. What if the Watergate burglars had not been so stupid as to get caught? Would Nixon's illegal action have been discovered in time to do anything meaningful about it? Presidential secrecy is one of the major threats to the effectiveness of America's system of checks and balances. Congressional secrecy is not a problem. Congress has 535 members, and they couldn't keep a secret if they tried. The presidency is different. Presidents have the loyalty of their assistants and can sometimes withhold potentially damaging information, as occurred during the impeachment of President Donald Trump. During the inquiry, Trump refused to let White House officials testify at House hearings and blocked them from turning over documents to House investigators. Now, a different type of threat to limited government is illustrated by the federal government's detention of Japanese Americans during World War II.
In that case, all three branches thought
It is fact in 2025 and 2026, Germany was ranked higher than the US on the index, so was the life expectancy, which mattered to me more. That's totally fair.
a breach of the Constitution served the nation's interest in time of war. There's another threat that has shown itself to be important. It can be seen in a situation we discussed earlier, the Bush administration's anti-terrorism policies. As mentioned, the September 11 terrorist attacks convinced the Bush administration that the war on terrorism required a new set of rules. The rules for handling enemy captives were hatched in secrecy to keep them from scrutiny by Congress. They were also kept secret from those in the administration, including Secretary of State and former Army General Colin Powell, who would have objected. Slowly, information about the policies leaked out, in some instances through news stories, in other instances through legal cases being argued in federal courts. As the information came out, there were calls for congressional hearings, but almost none were held. Even the Supreme Court rulings in 2004 and 2006 against Bush administration policies did not prompt Congress to launch high-profile hearings. Then, in 2007, the number of congressional hearings increased dramatically. Why was that? Why was Congress initially slow to scrutinize Bush policies, but then suddenly eager to do so? As you might have guessed, the answer is partisanship. Through 2006, Republicans controlled the...
Sorry, give me a quick second. I forgot I need to take notes. just for my own sake. Let's do government presidential secrecy agreed upon threat to national interest and partisanship. Okay.
The House and the Senate, and thereby controlled the scheduling of hearings. They were not at all interested in holding a Republican administration to account for its policies, knowing that it would hurt their party. Things changed abruptly after Democrats swept the 2006 congressional elections and took control of the House and Senate in early 2007. Democrats now controlled the hearing process, and they called one hearing after another. Seeking partisan advantage, they were keen to grill the Bush administration on its war policy.
That situation arose again in 2019. During the previous 2 years, when Republicans controlled the House of Representatives, Russia's effort to tip the 2016 presidential election in Donald Trump's favor was the subject of relatively few hearings, and the issue of the Trump campaign's contacts with the Russians was the subject of even fewer. But when Democrats took control of the House in 2019, the number of hearings multiplied.
Many smaller countries have a much higher life expectancy than the U.S. I was talking about overall happiness you mentioned. Finland has a much higher population than Germany. Like I said, 2025 and 2026 it says Germany was better for overall happiness. Finland and Germany.
Multiplied, and the inquiries probed more deeply, including whether the president had unlawfully tried to obstruct the Russia investigation. Today, partisanship could be the largest threat to America's system of checks on power. After Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, he claimed the election had been stolen.
Today, partisanship could be the largest threat to America's system of checks of power. Today, it cannot, it can't be, it is. They need to correct that. Finland is known for its happiness index, just like Germany. I just like Germany more. It's really pretty. Bordering Sweden, Norway, and Russia. Its capital, Helsinki. What do they speak in Finland?
And sought to overturn the voters' decision. The effort included the creation of counterfeit electors
And
as
Swedish.
substitute for the legitimately chosen Biden electors. On January 6, 2021, the day slated for Congress to affirm Biden's election, Trump called upon his supporters to converge on the U.S. Capitol building.
Yes, he did.
There, they attacked Capitol Police,
Yes, they
forcing
did.
their way into the House and Senate chambers in an unsuccessful effort to block the proceedings.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than holding Trump accountable, a significant number of Republican lawmakers echoed his claim of a stolen election.
To the point where this is still where we're at, by the way. In fact, in whenever like Trump was trying to make his God, what is it called? Like his appointees, and they were doing the Congress hearings for them to be approved. Like this was a question always posed, and none of these people were able to say that he lost the election.
And impeded efforts to hold him accountable for trying to stay in office by unconstitutional means.
Okay, let's wrap up what we've said in this session. As we noted, the Constitution was designed in part to provide for limited government,
meaning a government not so powerful as to threaten liberty. The Constitution contains various controls on government, including grants of power and denials of power. However, the key mechanism is the separation of powers between the three branches: the executive, the legislature, and the judicial. The powers of the branches are overlapped so that each branch can more effectively act as a check on the others. The system doesn't always work as intended. It weakens when, as in the World War II relocation policy, the three branches are united in thinking that the national interest is served by ignoring the Constitution. It weakens when a president succeeds, even for a time, to keep unlawful actions secret. And it weakens when the presidency and Congress are controlled by the same party. Then the majority party, Congress, might seek to play down on the issue. Although the U.S. system is not a perfect check on power, the record also shows that on many occasions, dozens and dozens of them, it has helped to rein in abuses of power. We'll never know, of course, how U.S. history would have differed if the Constitution had not been based on a system of checks and balances. But the fact that some leaders have tried to operate outside the law suggests they would have done so more readily and more outrageously if the other branches had been powerless to check their actions. There was a great deal of wisdom in what John Adams said in a letter to Thomas Jefferson. I say that power must never be trusted without a check.
Great words to leave us on. Okay. According to World Happiness Reports, it is out. I guess we can. I guess you guys can keep going at it if you really want to. Germany was ranked 17th, while the United States ranked 23rd, and in 2025, Germany improved to 22nd, overtaking the U.S., which hit its lowest ranking at 24th. Yes, it's true. I saw that report earlier. Admittedly, we're not going to be... Listen, does it count? It shouldn't count. We are not at our best right now. and that it's not fair. Okay, we have another video. Oh, but it's only 3 minutes, guys. We can easily do this.
Liberty is said to be two things at once: the individual's right to be free of repressive government and the nation's right to be free of foreign domination. Until the 20th century, the two liberties were rarely in conflict. America's great size, along with the oceans separating it from Europe and Asia, protected it from potential enemies. That security ended as changes in transportation, communication, and weaponry increased the danger of threats from abroad. Ever since, national security concerns have clashed with limits on government, at no time more clearly than when the federal government ordered the forced evacuation of Japanese Americans during the Second World War. The tension between national
I don't know, it's looking a little dicey. That last video was so much easier.
Security and limited government surfaced more recently with the National Security Agency's surveillance program. Started in secrecy under President Bush after the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, and continued in secrecy under President Obama. The NSA program collects data on Americans' phone calls and digital messages.
We got this, guys.
The NSA doesn't actually listen to the calls or read the emails. Instead, it monitors the traffic, looking for patterns that suggest terrorist activity. If the NSA detects a suspicious pattern, it presents the evidence to a secret judicial court. The court then decides whether the NSA's evidence is sufficient to grant it a search warrant to investigate the content of messages. The NSA's secret program became public knowledge a few years ago when its existence was leaked to the press. That revelation triggered lawsuits challenging the program's legality. In one case, a federal district court ruled the program to be lawful. In another case, a federal appeals court declared it to be unlawful on grounds that Congress hadn't explicitly authorized it. In 2015, after heated debate and a close vote in the Senate, Congress passed a bill that expressly authorizes the program, while also putting limits on it. The legislation requires the data to be stored with telecommunications companies rather than with the NSA. Messages become available to the NSA only if authorized by the secret court, which itself is subject to closer oversight than before the bill was passed. These changes have not satisfied critics. Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, who led the Senate fight against the new authorization, said, "It is now up to the Supreme Court to strike down the NSA's illegal spying program." As for the public, it has been of two minds about the program. When asked in a poll whether the NSA program was too intrusive, a solid majority of Americans, 2 in every 3, concluded that it was, saying the limits on the program were inadequate. Yet, when Congress was debating the program's renewal, a solid majority, 3 in every 5, said they felt the program should be continued. These polls reflect the tension between national security and limited government. Americans find it difficult to choose between the two. They'd like to have their security and their rights. That's not an easy balance to achieve in a world where terrorism is an existential threat.
What's a painter? Sounds fun if it's taboo. And I mean that, like, half jokingly, by the way, because, like, my favorite topics of conversation are money, politics, and religion. So I'm not a fun person to talk to. No, but it's illegal to say certain things aloud. What's a painter? Painter in Germany. The most significant. Okay, well no, that can't be it. Taboo. Oh. Post-war taboos by addressing Nazi history, the Holocaust, and German identity in his work. I see. His series occupations showed him performing the Nazi salute, a legal taboo, in various European locations to challenge his homeland's inability to confront its past. I don't know if that makes sense. But okay. Hey, it's an artist, right? Okay. Next. Don't look it up, we warned you. Oh god, I saw a documentary. It is rough out there. That's why they say painter, not the person. Well, I want to know. Well, as long as it's not like TOS. Okay, the quiz. Ready, guys? Which of the following is not part of America's system of limited government? Separation of powers, denials of power, grants of power, Bill of Rights. I believe all of the above are part of the system. Separation of powers, yes. Denials of power, yes. And grants of powers, those two go together. Bill of Rights, of course. It's a name to address him without using his real name since it's banned everywhere across social media. Is it? The leader of Germany during the World War II era? What? Oh, really? Okay, this is literally giving me like an actual like painter. Anselm Kiefer. But you know what? Now that you mention it, I have heard him referred to as that. Judging from the lecture, which institution poses the greatest threat to America's system of limited government? Presidency. House of Representatives, there's too many. Senate, too many. Supreme Court. They hadn't acted terribly bad at this point. Federal bureaucracy, definitely not in there. Yeah. You're supposed to refer to him as the, he was rejected from art school and became the so-called painter. I did not know that. You're supposed to refer to him as the Austrian painter. I hate using his name. I see. That's so interesting. I never really heard people, like, you know, like Voldemort. I mean, he's a disgusting person, but... yeah, I've just never met someone who had a problem literally just voicing the name. But that's totally fair. Especially if you have any, like, personal history. Which quote best represents the concept of limited government? The government that governs least is the government that governs best. Nope. A government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Power must never be trusted without a check. There we go. All men are created equal. We're talking about limited government specifically here. And so this is the only one that's referencing any type of limit. The basis of our political system is the right of the people to make and to alter their constitutions of the government. That is also not talking about any limit. So that must be it. Question 2. Which of the following is least likely to contribute to the breakdown of Americans' system of limited government? Least likely to contribute. Presidential secrecy, not it. When one party controls both the presidency and Congress, that is likely. Now, is it the least likely? When the three branches of government are united in the belief that a breach of the Constitution is in the national interest. That is absolutely it. The Supreme Court is dominated by appointees of the same party. So is it presidential secrecy? Oh, you have used one of one attempt. Okay, so show answer. When the Supreme Court is dominated by appointees of the same party. But, okay, historically, the first 3 times, presidential secrecy, one-party domination of Congress and the presidency, and agreement on a constitutional breach by all 3 branches have been associated with actions that have violated the spirit and letter of limited government. Although it is conceivable that a Supreme Court dominated by justices from one party could be a threat to limited government, the court has typically been the institution that has served to check breaches by the other branches. Fair enough. Okay. Let's discuss on that before we accidentally trigger people who don't like hearing his name. That is, yeah, that's fair. I don't want to trigger anyone. And it's not a big deal. To just use his pseudonym. Why is it more accurate to say that the United States has a system of separated institutions sharing power, rather than a system of separated powers? Provide examples of how shared power can act to check and balance the power of each institution. Okay. An overlap in power. Okay, by keeping powers overlapped as opposed to separated, well, to completely separated, they will be better suited to keep each other in check. For example, Jesus, they give an example. Guys, what was it? I'm afraid I did not write any of them down. Okay. Are we gonna they said provide examples of how shared power can act to check and balance the power of each institution. For example, all I'm thinking is of the other stuff that we read, which is not at all part of this course. we took too many detours. I'm not sensitive if you were thinking I was to it. Oh, and, do you know people who are, though? If you're not, I'm just saying because, like, I'm also not, but I also don't know anyone who is. But it's, like, a fair thing to be, but it's a nice and a considerate thing to be wary of. So I'm just curious, like, from where it stems. If not you personally. Okay, for example. Can I cheat? No? Okay. Then, I guess it's not a big deal anyway. Shared power can act to check and balance the power of each institution. God, they keep freaking examples. I just can't remember it. They said something about the president and all I can think back to is the power of the purse because of the example that we were talking. Not example, sorry, because of the other tangent that we went on. It's gonna be a bit of a. We'll do, for example, Congress can write laws. However, he was just an awful person. That is totally valid. However, the executive, okay, the president, can veto creating a balance. That is how you spell veto. Vetoed, vetoes, vetoer. Okay, fine, vetoed. Okay, laws, the president. Okay, laws that can be vetoed by the president. And that's it. That's all I'm writing. It's 1 a.m. already. And then we'll read this. Several decades before the writing of the Constitution, the French theorist Montesquieu proposed a separation of powers. Montesquieu argued for strict separation of legislative, executive, and judicial power. The framers of the U.S. Constitution rejected his idea and instead divided legislative, executive, and judicial power among separate branches while also granting each branch a share of the power of the other two branches. To the framers, this sharing of power was an important mechanism for keeping each branch in check. No branch would be able to exercise full power even within its sphere because the other two branches had a share of it, positioning them to counter an attempt by that branch to act beyond its constitutionally assigned powers. There are a fairly large number of examples of how shared power can act as a check on power. Here are a few of them. Take a shot every time I say power. The executive branch has an ability to check the legislative branch through use of the veto. Oh, it's only then why didn't I just say that? In casting a veto, the president voids a legislative act of Congress. Oh, that's literally the one we use. Meanwhile, the legislative branches can check the executive branch through its funding power. The president is authorized to spend money for an activity only if Congress has appropriated money for that purpose. An example of the judicial branch's ability to check Congress or the president is to declare its action null and void on the grounds it violates the Constitution. In turn, Congress and the president have checks on the judicial branch. An example is the president's power to nominate federal judges and the Senate's power to confirm them. Okay, discussion 2. Yeah, everyone can agree. In 2015, Congress enacted legislation that gives the National Security Agency, the NSA, the authority to monitor but not listen to or read telephone and internet traffic looking for patterns that might suggest terrorist activity. If the NSA detects a suspicious pattern, it presents the evidence to a secret judicial court, which decides whether the NSA's evidence is sufficient to justify granting it a search warrant. Only if such a warrant is granted can the NSA lawfully investigate the actual content of the messages? Do you support or oppose the NSA program? In terms of limited government, what argument could be made in support of the program? What argument could be made in opposition to it? It is an interesting subject. It's a shame I am tired and a little bit hungry. Okay. Everyone, write your discussion posts. Just kidding. You don't have to write paragraphs. I do. I personally, I do support it. Okay. God, I'm just such a freaking Gen Z. Okay. Okay. Wait, what? I'm just kidding. No, okay, so this is, they have, like, discussions as part of it, you know, to, like, engage with the material. So I have to actually, like, answer these things in the discussion. I don't think I technically have to, but I really should. So I'm making myself answer their questions. And, but I am just curious about, like, what you guys think. But also, like, it's not a big deal if you guys weren't paying attention. Because that is totally fine. Because this is just the second video that we watched that was 3 minutes long. That this is the situation that they're talking about when Bush created a secret program after the terrorist attacks of 9/11 to monitor, but not listen to or read, telephone and internet traffic. It was continued on with Obama, and then it came out, and then after that, obviously people didn't like that, but Congress decided to continue it, but they put more limitations on it, which I think is a very happy, it's a happy middle. That's what we're gonna call it. Happy middle. For a country that believes in freedom, it is God, I can't think. For a country that believes in freedom, pivotal. That's not how you spell pivot. Oh, there you go. Jesus. Okay. It is pivotal that we understand where it must be not sacrificed, but I would say the U.S. in terms of finance, China for factory and Russia for resources at table A. I agree, but I do not. Russia for resources? Oh, like you mean like natural resources? I don't know if that's true. Would not Mexico be better? Okay. Canada? I don't know what Russia has. Besides a dictator. And that's not a natural resource. Okay, it is pivotal that we understand where it must be. I can't think of the word that I'm trying to say. It's like not balanced, but where it must be. Russia has vast amounts of resources, everything. Okay, they have, but like, okay, no, I need to look this up. What resources does Russia have? Okay. Fair enough. Natural largest. Oh, no, it literally is the world's. That's so weird. Then why are they so bad? Okay, this is true. I just feel like there's like things that are just like spoken about and everyone knows, right? That it can be common knowledge. Russia being like a wealth of natural resources? Not one. Never heard of it. Never heard that before. Russia is endowed with vast natural resources, making it a key player in the global energy market. The country's economy is largely dependent on the export of oil and natural gas, with Russia holding the world's largest natural gas reserves, accounting for nearly 1/3 of the global total. That is a lot of gas. In addition, Russia boasts substantial oil reserves, primarily located, coal. It is the largest global oil exporter. I see. Prominent producer of uranium, essential for nuclear energy, and has rich deposits of valuable minerals such as nickel, gold, and diamonds. I don't think gold and diamonds is very... Well, I guess we do kind of use it for some stuff. I see. It's a shame it's still a dictatorship. Ever heard of Renter State? No. Look up Russia's size on the world map. Everything will make sense. Oh shit. That's such a good call. That's so funny. Can you tell I don't look at maps very often? It's so funny. Why is it so big? But it's like uninhabitable, right? Like the population is like it's like concentrated in like very specific spaces. I feel like I've heard that. Okay. That is so helpful. Thank you very much for that. I need to I do need to finish this. For a country that believes in freedom, it is vital that we understand where it must be. Okay, this is a learning environment. I just want everyone to know. So I appreciate you guys. Most of the population is like to the west near the rest of Europe. Oh, what is the population size? Russia pop size. 143 to 143.9. Oh, 0.4.9. Russia is experiencing a demographic crisis characterized by a natural population decline, where death rates exceed birth rates, which is across the world right now. That probably doesn't help that they're sending all their people to die. And uninhabitable, true. The Asian parts are mostly just very cold. I see. 143. Compared to, let's see. I guess compared to, okay, US population. Okay, Jesus, okay, we have a lot of people, okay? But then, just out of curiosity, China population. What is it again? Okay, they have a lot of people. Never mind. It's so interesting that the population is declining. I mean, and Siberia. Okay. I feel like I did know that. That's good. Okay, it is true that we misunderstand where it must be given in the name of safety. Though it was done in secrecy, I ultimately agree with the creation of the program in its later state being passed by Congress with more limitations and oversight. Americans can only be free if they are safe And the program did not completely invade every single completely invade our privacy. But look for general patterns. China has a one-child policy? I do feel like I've heard that. So, are they not worried about their population declining? Damn, I closed it. Doesn't matter. India's #1 in population now. Ooh, let's see where India's on the map. How big it is. Oh no. That does not look like a good thing. Because they're smaller. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because it's like such a rudimentary understanding of population and geography. But okay, listen. Okay, we can laugh at me, but also we understand I gotta start somewhere, okay, guys? This is a work in progress. Personally, I think it's fair to have a one-child policy at that level. Maps are very wrong in terms of size. No, yeah, because I imagine it's not accounting for like topografia, whatever that is in English. Let's see. Okay, I can. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Major cities. Okay. They have a lot of major cities. They're not very much in the center. Is anyone watching Ludwig and Michael Reeves doing tip to tip? Right, Africa is much bigger than Russia in terms of land size, despite Russia being a lot bigger on the world map. That, let's see. I believe that. Yeah. Especially, just because, like, if I think Russia, I just think snow and extremely cold, so. God, I wish we could see. Okay, hold up. We're getting distracted again. Okay, let me just finish this. And the program do not completely invade our privacy, but look for general patterns. So was it to badly a breach? It's not very sophisticated, but I don't care right now. Too badly a breach. Yeah, that's as much as I'm giving to it. If I wasn't on a time limit, admittedly self-imposed, then I'd be happy to spend more time on it. But like I said, my access to this technically ends tomorrow, so I did watch the lecture. I completed the readings. I participated in the discussion. Okay. Representative government. So for reference, oh Jesus, it's so long. Okay, you know what? We're not gonna finish this. That's what I've decided. Okay. How long is it? We'll start it and then we'll see how far we get. Greenland is not that big, What's your thoughts on the U.S. spending billions back in the 60s in order to top the Soviets after they were the first ever in space? 100% support. Something I found out quite recently. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Feel free to join the discussion. Oh, look at that. We achieved 30 followers. That's cute. Good job, guys. I can't imagine it. Well, because at what cost, right? As in, we were spending so much in that. Oh, but it was for national security, right? That's kind of the agreed thing. Which I very much do believe in, so... And I think that it's one of the powers that we have, or one of the reasons why we are one of the more powerful countries in the world, right? Our capital. And so that we used it to beat anyone. No, I'm kind of down. It is, I'd love to look into it though. Maybe, like when we're not doing this, we can just like look into like just broader subjects. That'd be fun. Look into any good documentary. Do some deep dives together. It was basically the US trying to one up the Soviet Union. But wasn't, I feel like I heard that. Why did the US try to beat the Soviet to the moon? Soviet to the... Okay, no, you're right. Pretty much. Okay, who do we want to see? The space race is a fun thing too. Is a fun thing to look into. You know how SpaceX, who could potentially take over NASA with their recent achievements despite NASA being backed by the US government? Yes, but that just shows that, well, yeah, but private business will just have a lot of benefits that a government-backed org, let's call it, does not. So, for example, like how many, it was just two powers flexing their egos. But at least we got technological advancements from it, and that is totally, at least there's that. Private companies. Yeah, because for example, how many spaceships did Elon Musk crash? Right, being able to succeed, and how much money has he like spent? And so, but that's good, right? That's good because at the end of the day, it's still American based for a reason. We have the capital in here and the talent, and NASA. Obviously, I don't think anyone would be too happy to look at NASA being like, oh yeah, we crashed our third rocket ship this time around, but guys, we're making progress. It's like, yeah, at taxpayers' cost. So, I'm not happy that it's a private business just because it's also Elon Musk and everyone knows that man can't be trusted. But it is, you know, like just the back and forth of life. Trying to bankrupt the Soviets, allegedly? I see. The space race began as an arms race. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Between the respective militaries of the United States and the Soviet Union. World War II had demonstrated to the world that rocket technology would drive modern warfare, and as such, the US and Russia locked themselves in a race to have the most superior technology. As technology advanced and powerful intercontinental ballistic missiles were developed by both countries, the arms race gave way to another race, the space race. At the start, there were no set rules for the space race. What was the goal? What would count as winning? For Americans, President Kennedy's declaration focused on the space race on a clear goal: landing a man on the moon before the Soviets. The space race became a race to the moon. Both countries made announcements to launch the first artificial satellite into space, but it was the Soviet Union that brought humanity into the space age with their Sputnik satellite, which was successfully launched on October 4th, 1957. The space race became a symbol of the broad ideological and political contest between two rival world powers. Yeah, we literally were just we were just rivals. Heated rivals, you might say. You spent lots and it worked. If we're good at one thing, we're good at spending money. It still holds true. In the Soviet Union, all space programs were integrated into a secretive military-industrial bureaucracy. Launches were not announced in advance, and only the successes were publicized. Seems about right for Russia. Comparatively, in the United States, there were separate civilian and military agencies. Only military space programs were secret. Civilian space activities, especially the race to the moon, were openly publicized for the world to see, failures and all. For years, the Soviets officially denied being in a race to the moon. However, we now know there is ample evidence that they indeed competed to reach the moon first. Well, they lost. Yeah, they're going to deny it. And that's how much it took them to become number one in finance. We even allied the People's Republic of China, I pressed enter too quickly, to one up the Soviets. It's a much better alternative than starting world wars, to say the least. 1000% agree. God. It's so interesting. Probably the most interesting facets of history, or at least some of them, are when countries are racing towards something. Because were we also not, like, was there also not some competition towards, like, nuclear, or I guess just, like, weapons? Like a weapons race? Is that a thing? Yeah. That's just called war. Okay. I don't think the Soviets were stupid enough to start a nuclear war. Fortunately. We the people are the opening words of the U.S. Constitution, yet the Constitution in its original form made only limited provision for direct popular influence. What does I feel like it's, yeah, it's not, oh, wrong thing. Also wrong thing. Oh, it's this? Nope. Why does it look so wonky? There you go. Nope, what? Why did it suddenly decide to look like that? What did I do before? Let me fix it really quickly. I know I'm cutting into it, and that's why. I don't know why the page changed. Let's see if that helped. Not really. Well, it did, just not completely. Oh. And now you guys can't see it at all for some reason. Okay, and it's back. Oh, we'll hide it behind. Okay. Unfortunately, the U.S. is still doing what they hated most, starting wars in the Middle East for start. Oh, absolutely. That is why the approval rating is tanking. It's not tanking, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but it is at 33%, I think is what it was that last. It's totally deserved. Because absolutely, Jesus, what a freaking idiot. In contrast to what they were judging the Soviets and Germany in World War II, even though I do dislike the Iranian regime, I don't think this was the way to do it. Definitely they should sit on the table and negotiate. That don't work either. I do think we don't need to I mean, I don't mind us trying to influence the world, but 1000%, this is not the way to do it. And this was not the administration to do it either. Everyone knows that. It's a bunch of freaking, like, newscasters and freaking influencers, like, the most incompetent bunch of people. Basically, almost everyone who don't support the Iran war don't support the Iranian regime as well, just like those who don't support Israel don't support Hamas too. Yeah, that's definitely true. Who don't support Israel don't support Hamas. I've seen, there are some crazy people out there, but that's probably, if we're talking about, like, broadly speaking, that's probably true, yeah. I agree. The House of Representatives was the sole popular... Also, welcome. Thank you for joining the conversation. At least have a reason for it instead of attacking for no reason, then the world would have said something. Yeah, they didn't even try to come up with a reason. This is such a joke of a government, bro. It's so embarrassing. It's like with the tariffs, you know. It's like, why would you give tariffs? Oh, to bring back factories. And then it's like, well, that's just like not how it works. Oh, well, it's also to punish the people because these countries have been taking advantage of us. It's just like, okay, well, that's also not true. And it's just like, they'll say whatever they can get away with. It isn't us influencing the world, it's the oil supply we need. Well, it's us influencing, yes, but it's something we need. No, I mean, yeah, no, I'm not saying that that's what we're doing right now. I'm saying that me in general, when I think about these things, about, like, our interference, if you will, I'm not a big fan, but, yeah. Everyone has to deal with high gas prices after they dragged in more countries to join the war. Absolutely, which is absolutely ridiculous considering that they were the ones, it was like, how many people voted for Trump because of gas prices? Which is already which is already an ignorant and quite simple-minded thing to do. But just on its own thing, and then even more so with the results. I support Israel in a sense of them being able to exist. Some things I disagree with, but I think things need to be changed. Yeah, Israel-Palestine, bro. I don't have BMW. I have to have premium. I feel it badly. It's terrible. You know what? In my situation, it isn't as bad as it is for other people because I live in Texas and oil is a very big thing here. So gas prices tend to be quite low. But it makes no sense how the Strait of Hormuz was open before the war started and now kept closed after the war escalated. What do you mean my reality TV star of a president isn't doing a good job, and neither is his defense secretary, who is, I don't freaking know, what did he do? I don't know, most of these people are like news anchors and other stuff. I don't know what else they do. What do you mean that these people are making stupid choices that make no sense and also harm the American public? That makes no sense. This session will explore the reasons that the framers felt it necessary to limit popular influence, will describe how and why the original system changed, and will look at contemporary barriers, gerrymandering, voter registration, and voter ID laws that inhibit voting. Let's do entities that control the Strait of Iran in Oman, but it's in Iranian waters. It's very weird. Yeah, same. Israel has the right to defend itself, but what they're doing now isn't strictly defending themselves. Representative government. Okay, next section. God. I'm not gonna lie. I'm spent. Okay, so what are we eating? Guys? I think that's a bigger question. It's 1:45 a.m. by the way, that's why I'm laughing. VA drivers are being affected the most. I don't blame people for driving EVs. I would love to have an EV. Honestly, just for the aesthetics. I still think that Iran funds Hezbollah, Hamas, and all of those, so it indirectly is 100%. I probably do, because I share cars. It's my boyfriend's car, but we work in the same place, so, and we do everything together, so, yeah. And it is just like a normal Toyota, but if I were to like to be able to like just buy a car, I would probably do a hybrid. I think that's bet. Oh, they're using proxies. Okay, let's see what the reading is looking like. Oh, that's not too long. ProPublica. It's a little bit longer. And this should be short because it's just this. We want that to do that too much. So these are supposed to take 16 weeks, by the way, and I'm trying to do it in 3 days. So that just shows you how silly I am. MG Automock. Oh, sorry. Let me see. Oh. There you go. They chant death to Israel, death to America all the time, so I'm okay with the regime ending as long as it's done and not done for no reason. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And it's insane. One of the weirder reactions that I personally find are the people who are like, oh, like this isn't, like get the president, basically, right? This is what they'll say, like, this isn't me. Like, I have, like, no beef with you. And they're kind of joking, but also they're not. I feel like that's as much as they want to engage in politics. And that's just, like, a really weird thing, because I didn't specify, I meant the Gaza war when I wrote about defending themselves. You guys feel free to continue discussing, Palestine and Israel. I don't have too strong opinions on it. I know it's a very complicated situation, and I'm not familiar with the history at all. I do think, however, that yes, I would very much agree that Israel has deserves to exist, and but also, yeah, that what they're doing is not just defensive. They absolutely, especially now with Trump, they definitely have free reign, which is unacceptable for anyone. For anyone waging war. And if the only thing I will say about Israel-Palestine is that I am upset with how much Americans, and specific, no, that's not true. Americans, why do people care so strongly? As in, like, this will be the hill that they're willing to die on. What are your thoughts on the ongoing situation in Cuba? I guess you might have a good idea about it. I do not. I understand why, because I'm Hispanic and Latin American-ish. But no, I do not. I've seen a little bit about it. Okay, this is what little I know of it, that Obama was trying to repair the relationship there. I do know that they are under a dictatorship. I have heard next to none about that, but I think something similar to Venezuela will happen. I'd be very interested in checking into Cuba, though, into looking into it. Just the Venezuela thing is also insane. What is the timeline that we're in? Okay, sorry. I do know that it's like a very, very terrible situation, that everyone hates the current leader, and that it's warranted. I know that Obama was trying to, like, fix the relationship between the U.S. and Cuba, and I know that Trump, for no reason, per usual, is he has, what is it? Embargoes? U.S. embargoes Cuba? A blockade? No, but I did see some of the videos, and your heart just breaks for them. It's I have a very I do limit myself with what things I will see because I so sorry for the Autobot. I will try to I need to figure it out. Sorry. You know what, but thank you for giving me the opportunity for taking the hit because no one's chatted. I've had some people chat, but we also I've also just been doing some more casual stuff. It seems I think I have it blocked. Huh. I guess I just don't want people bothering me with it. Let me change it. Okay, yeah, I do have it. Sorry. There. It's updated. No, I just have some slurs that are blocked. To be clear. But yeah, no, I've seen some of the clips and it's just really, really hard. But it's also one of the reasons why I want to get into politics more. And start by like educating myself because it's clearly very much needed. Cuba is beautiful as well. Yes, that is also something I've heard that isn't like politics related, that the water there is stunning. For some reason, Trump likes to make deals with such awful dictatorships as Russia or North Korea, but not e.g. Cuba. I wonder if there's any reasoning behind it. I think because in his head, he probably views Russia and North Korea as like rich things, like or like successful countries, like something to respect, and Cuba doesn't. Closeness, I feel. Maybe how close it is. Because, like, Cuba, what power does it have? Because, like, North Korea, like, they're still, like, big enough. And Russia as well, as we clearly seen. Like, they have things to do, to provide, like, power, right? They hold power. And that's the only thing that Trump responds to. That and groveling. Okay, so Trump is a businessman. What's he gonna do? Make deals with the rich ones, not the poverty-stricken countries like Cuba? Yes, but I think it's because he likes the proximity to power, like all frail, small men do. Think Wormtail. It's a great reference. Trump probably dreams about being guys like Putin. Oh, you know he does. Well, Cuba's a country that ties closely to Russia and China. Huh, then you would think he'd be nicer. Well, yeah, the second strongest military in the world, struggling with Ukraine, looks very powerful. Well, yeah, no, absolutely. It's getting owned. Bro, that's so embarrassing. That is so embarrassing if I was Russia. And good for Ukraine. But also, yeah, I don't know. Who knows how it works. Him and a mentally frail. I'm sure it's not because you're a man. I don't mean Trump is frail because he's a man. He's just honestly probably, no, I was gonna say genetics, but that's not even true. Well, it's just unfortunate because he's not smart, so it's not like he can count on that. And then he was fortunate enough that he was born into wealth. So that's the only thing that saved him, honestly. And then, no, the only thing that will give Trump is that he has a big personality. I will say that. Trump was born with a golden spoon. I wouldn't trust his business goals. Oh, yeah, no, he doesn't have any. He bankrupt. How many casinos? Casinos. No, hi, hello, welcome in. I'm joking. Okay. Welcome in. His stats real estate. Yeah, no, he has zero business skills. I think everyone can agree on that, and clearly demonstrated, by the way, by his like complete lack. What is it that so many of his freaking supporters like to talk about? Like the art of the deal, but you can't make a deal with your own Congress. Your own Congress, by the way, he holds majority. Embarrassing. How are we? We're doing great. We are going on tangents. I'm supposed to be reading this thing. Oh, see, now it's doing it. Silly little website. That every time it changes, I have to come in and fix it. Yeah, we're supposed to be doing the course, but we're getting on some tangents. I'm not even gonna try to read that out loud, because that would be offensive to the French everywhere. Yeah, Trump is charismatic, and that's what matters the most to win elections. Unfortunately, true. It pains me so much that we are a vibe space nation. Well, I'm sure most people are. But I want better for us. But that's not gonna happen, so at least I'm gonna join in on the conversation. That's all I can do. I can only speak English and German. Sorry. I think they're saying, well, an Anglophone, I would imagine, is like an English speaker. Okay, a speaker of something. Anglo being... Oh, yeah, I got it right. Haha. Ich liebe Deutsch. I actually started doing a little bit of, okay, now you guys are just... Okay, who speaks Spanish? I want to be a part of it. I'm just kidding. I started doing Duolingo Dutch a little bit. And then I stopped, though. I honestly shouldn't even bring it up because it's been like over a year since I stopped doing Duolingo. I am an American. Say what I am not a German. I am an American. Why the fuck would anyone want to speak German? Me too. Español? Yes. Mexican Español, by the way. Lo siento, pero no hablas español. Nadie habla español if you don't have the little, whatever it's called. I should know what it's called. Well, because German is a fun, I don't know, because it's another language. That's literally it. That's the only reason why. La ñ. That's what I'm talking about, sorry. Yes. I need to practice my Spanish, though. I will say that. This will be his last presidency, with the exception of him extending if he drags him into the Iran war. That is something we can look forward to. Also, the fact that he's old, something we can all very much look forward to. And I think that he will definitely try to run a third time. That's my hot take. I don't know if it's a hot take, actually. I'm pretty sure like half the people agree with that. He'll definitely try to hold on to power some way or another. I don't think we can even guess what our country's gonna look like in 6 months. Okay, because this is unprecedented times we're living through, let alone in 2 years. But it will be fascinating to see, and slightly unfortunate that I have first, what is it? What am I? First row seat. Can't remember the expression. I have friends from Germany and I wish to move there. I would love to visit Germany. It has good news. I don't speak Spanish at all. I can just say a few words. I can in Irish and Russian as well. Fun. In the same boat, Noxie. Your blanket looks so comfy. Thank you. It is. We have the AC kind of cold because the room gets super hot with my boyfriend's PC, but because of that, out here it's also super cold. So I gotta have blankets. Oh, you want to as well? I want to visit. I don't want to move. At least not now. Let's see what happens in 2 years, okay? And then we'll arrange our moves. But I would love to visit 1000%. I think it was the 22nd Amendment. I mean, he's definitely not allowed to run again, if that's what you're referencing, but Lord knows he's gonna try. Yes, he only knows to merge in other languages rather than whole other languages, and that is totally fair. Feel free to confirm, I'm not too sure about it. The second amendment establishes a 2-term limit on the presidency, preventing any person from being elected to the office more than twice. It also restricts a person from being elected more than once if they served more than 2 years of another president's term. No, it's definitely unconstitutional, but we all know that that has never stopped that man before. Yeah, but there's more people in the MAGA movement who could win the next elections and who could unfortunately continue what Trump does. Yeah, absolutely. That is 1,000% a concern. I mean, it's just, it's such a scary, it's such a scary thing. You mean the guys in his current administration? They don't look so afraid either. Yes, but let us remember that he is not, like, he's being backed by people, right? So, for example, the people behind Project 2025, and Republicans also, just, like, Republicans, not the dumb faces they vote to, they put it to represent them. They're very good at organizing. So, they definitely should not be underestimated. Even the Supreme Court hasn't stopped him from what I've heard. Exactly. No, they haven't nearly as much as they should have. I mean, they gave, okay, it doesn't even matter what they do from here on out because they gave him criminal immunity immediately. That's just the most, like, disgusting thing. How can you not have the most powerful person in your country be criminally liable? It is unconstitutional, and it's disgusting and a disgrace to be freaking every Supreme Court judge that voted for that to happen. Where do you learn now that you want to move to Germany? I'm assuming you're speaking to not me. Die USA. Oh. That's so funny. I know you meant to, like, say it in German, like the USA. Yeah. I totally. No, you're good. I totally got it. It just looks so bad. It's so funny. Like I said, I did do a little bit of German in Duolingo, so I fortunately knew what you meant. Yeah. But for everyone else, it's good. It's good. And you're good. It's funny. Otherwise, I would have to ban you. Just kidding. Well, if you meant it, maybe I would. That's kind of an extreme position to take. Okay, guys, we're not doing this anymore. I can't. I might lose my progress, but so be it. You know what? The more times I do it, the more I remember, and the more ingrained it gets in my head. So that's just a good thing. This is already the second time of me doing it anyway, so it's not like it's anything crazy. You need to progress. Yeah, but like at 2 in the morning? Okay, fine. We'll do one reading. Letter of Richard Henry Lee. October 16th, 1787. In this letter, Lee, a leading American of the time, expresses his reservations about the recently written Constitution's omission of a Bill of Rights and its limited provisions for popular rule. Okay, this is not that long, so we can do this. Okay. Imagine saying that to a kid in front of English speakers. It's 3:05 for me. Guys, why are we up at this time? I know why I'm up. Why are you up? I always assume it's people that are at a different time zone. Or also night owls, I guess. Well, when you say it aloud in German, it sounds different than English version of die. No, yeah, absolutely. It's D, I think. I'm unemployed. I feel sorry for you. My deepest condolences that you want to move to the worst country in the world. Okay, it's funny, but also, is it the worst country? I'm sure that's up for grabs. But at the very least, like North Korea, China's pretty bad. It having been found from universal experience that the most express declarations and reservations are necessary to protect the just rights and liberty of mankind from the silent, powerful, and ever active conspiracy of those who governed, and it appearing to be the sense of the good people of America by the various bills or declarations of rights whereon the government of the greater number of states are founded, that such precautions are necessary to restrain and regulate the exercise of the great powers given to the rulers. In conformity with these principles, and from respect for the public sentiment on the subject, it is submitted that the new Constitution proposed for the government of the United States be bottomed upon a declaration or Bill of Rights, clearly and precisely stating the principles upon which this social compact is founded, to wit. 1. That the rights of conscience in matters of religion ought not to be violated. 2. That the freedom of the press shall be secured. 3. That the trial by jury in criminal and civil cases and the modes prescribed by the common law for the safety of life in criminal prosecutions shall be held sacred. Okay. I hate them so much. Everything reminds me of them. Like, do you guys know that? Did you guys see that clip of Kristi Noem? I'm pretty sure it was Kristi Noem. Didn't know what habeas corpus was? I'm Polish, that's my national identity to hate Germans.
Secretary Noem, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff recently said that the Trump administration is actively looking at suspending habeas corpus. Last week you were asked about this, and I want to clarify your position because it's obviously really important to get this right. So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right
let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
It just gets worse the more she speaks. It's so painful. Okay. That standing armies in times of peace are dangerous to liberty. Okay, let's just, okay. I feel the need to, just for reference. This is what I just read in the letter, which is a fundamental legal action used to compel government authorities to justify a person's detention before a court. So in the balance of powers, limits are required, and basically because they can, sorry, I'm trying not to yap too much because that's unnecessary. And so habeas corpus in America is the right for, God, what was the like snappy, fun way that they took, like the right of process. And so like they can't just pick us up, put us into jail, and for like an indefinite amount of time until they feel like dealing with it, right? That's illegal. And so that's what they were doing with ICE and all of these things. And so during the Congress hearing, they ask Kristi Noem, who is head of DHS? Is that? Or it was before her ass freaking got removed. Yeah, she was U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security. Okay. Another reason why I said I also have German heritage. Fun. I'm all English, Scottish, Irish, and German. Well, you're all the issues. V, I want your opinion on a subject. Please. Cool, I mean, not cooler, yeah. When you have time, I will pull it though. Yeah, feel free to put it in chat. I'll keep reading. That standing armies in times of peace are dangerous to liberty and ought not to be permitted unless assented to by 2/3 of the members composing each house of the legislature under the new constitution. 5, that the election should be free and frequent. 6, that the right administration of justice should be secured by the independence of the judges. 7, that excessive bail, excessive fines, or cruel and unusual punishments should not be demanded or inflicted. 8, that the right of the people to assemble peaceably for the purpose of petitioning the legislature shall not be prevented. 9, that the citizens shall not be exposed to unreasonable searches, seizure of their persons, houses, papers, or property. 10, and it is necessary for the good of society that the administration of government be conducted with all possible maturity of judgment. For which reason it has been the practice of civilized nations, and so determined by every state in the Union, that a council of state or privy council should be appointed to advise and assist in the arduous business assigned to the executive power. I am old enough to be conscripted into war and am able to enlist into the military, but I cannot drink alcohol. Is this right or no? I don't know your age. Are you... Oh, you said... No, I don't remember what... You said... I think you just said you were unemployed, not your age. I guess you're in school. That sounds offensive as you have German heritage. I imagine the Austrian painter loved Poland so much that he wanted to have it for himself. Okay, we're getting into things that I do not understand, so please be nice to each other. just in case people aren't. Maybe it was meant to be, or maybe it wasn't up to you to decide. 19. Then, yeah, I believe that this is true, right? Conscription is, what, 18? Age... to 25. I thought they were going to raise that, or they did raise it. That's crazy. 18-year-olds, God, that needs to not be that. That's too young. Okay, well, actually, sorry. If we're talking about drafting people, that should not be a thing. But if we're talking about the age of enlistment, I don't know. I don't like 18. It sounds too young. No, but like, do you think it should be different? Yeah. I envy Germans that they can drink beer at 14 legally. Mexicans also, not legally, but that doesn't stop them. It is ridiculous that it can be conscripted militarily but not even be able to drink. Absolutely. I understand the differences, and I can appreciate the differences, but I still think 18 is much too young. 19. Okay, if I, okay, just think about it for like 2 seconds, I'd be more comfortable with like 22. It's a little bit arbitrary, but it feels better than 18. It's not like we're passing a law here, okay? But, and then for drinking, I guess 21 is fine. I don't have too strong, and people do it before then anyway. But to be able to send them into harsh, potentially traumatizing, and specifically drafting, not okay with that. Like that's just a strong no for me. I don't know. You just cannot force people to give up their lives, even for national security. I can't. You can't. Is it ridiculous that if you can get a bill passed or do something for it to not be a thing for me to be conscripted until I'm like 21, I would give you all my savings. Well, you're young, so I can't imagine they're much, but I appreciate the sentiment. You know, who knows? In the future, who knows where my little Google, where my Google sessions and our late night talks lead us to. I don't know if I would ever like run for anything. I don't think so, but I'm young-ish, Mostly. So, who knows? Looks like liberals are showing their greedy side again. Once Trump faces high impeachment rates, they revert to being money hungry, wanting everything for themselves. Socialism is the opposite of greed, and it's clear to me who's getting paid by the DNC. Everyone on the panel... I don't know what this person is talking about. They're very much not joining the conversation. But please. It would be easier to interact if we're responding to something we're saying, pero... socialism is the opposite of greed, and it's clear to me who's getting paid by the DNC. Sorry. Once Trump faces high impeachment rates, they revert to being money hungry, wanting everything for themselves. Socialism is the opposite of greed. Oh, sorry. I keep repeating that. Everyone on the panel except Vosh and his son, who keep it real and believe socialism can work in America. I don't know what you're talking about. What panel? Keep it real and believe socialism can work in America. They break down how it works, while Democrats and Republicans drag out the worst examples from other countries, twisting the story to click. Twitch. Better hope Trump does not pass the draft after he drags them into the war with Iran. I have to imagine that he would. I do. It's so hard because like I want to say like there's no way he does that, but who literally who knows? No one, because not even he knows. Okay, and so, but it would be. God, it'd be so. It'd be really scary if that happens. I'm a social democrat, so I don't know who you're talking to in this convo yet. Yeah, what's the context here? They're just want to join. I think they're talking about Hasanabi, the one who electrocuted his dog. Before Trump, the Democrats showed no passion. Electrocuted, sorry. Yeah, you're good. It's just, I'd love to have the conversation, but it's just like, that's not what anyone is talking about, so it's a little bit hard. Let's start at the beginning. Because if you're responding to something I said, then I would love to know what you're saying. If you're responding to something just in the broader conversation, would also love, we just need to know what it is. Would love to get into it. Because you can believe what you want about Democrats. I will probably disagree. Yeah, maybe they're just maybe they're just strongly opposed to my support of Democrats. That might be it. Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. Let me keep reading this while we take a while I have the space in chat. I know Trump probably doesn't like the idea of draft, knowing he'd be pressured to use his son and daughters to take part in it. I would love to believe that's true, but we all know that that's very much not happening. You know he has his excuses signed and ready for it by that same doctor who keeps saying that he's perfectly fine. Probably. Oh, well, then they're against me as well. Hey, the more the merrier. Yeah. I think more than anything, well, the only thing that gives me some hope is the fact that how unpopular that would be, that he would very much get blowback from just the entire country across the board. Because, yeah, absolutely, he's serving up for a pointless, meaningless, war, if they're finally admitting it is a war, and it would hurt even his own supporters. So that's the only thing that I hope gives him pause. Yeah, absolutely. He would just have to pay off a doctor to say something new. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, he dodged the draft, so you know his children are also gonna dodge it. I would protest if they can jail me. I don't care. Oh, and oh my god, there would be so many protests. Absolutely. yeah, because it's just like we're so past that. We had been enjoying such a great time of relative peace, honestly, to the point that we got comfortable with it. So for us to be like forced to go back to such a time, I mean, look, gosh, we do not respond well to hardships. Americans, that is. That people would not want it. If he were to draft it, wouldn't be a surprise if his sons did. Yeah, he did. It's a thing that people still like bring up because it's so embarrassing, and because it also shows his complete lack of moral character. Because as much as I don't agree with the draft, I think it's even more embarrassing to be a draft dodger when other people didn't have the choice. Because let's be clear, this was just it was a lie. Bone spurs Donald Trump. So in 1968, Donald Trump received a medical exemption from the Vietnam War draft due to a diagnosis of bone spurs in his heels, which followed 4 student deferments. The diagnosis was allegedly provided as a favor to his father, Fred Trump, by a Queens podiatrist who rented off his space from him. So it's just so disgusting that the use of their connections to lie. Gen Z won't stand for it. Gen Z takes their fights on social media, not on the battlefield. That's half and half true. I do think Gen Z needs to be more participatory in, on the ground. I say from my seat. But I like to go out and protest. Oh, he did alright, so we already know what's coming. No, yeah, absolutely. Sometimes that can be worse. Some can be a huge tool. Social media can be a huge tool. That's also true. But yeah, I mean, it is a hard conversation. But I do think Gen Z needs to be, because for example, what was our voting rates like, generation-wise? Because I think that's one of the most important things that you can do, participating in all elections. Did that person leave, by the way? I was excited to see what they were gonna, what they wanted to talk about. Because I do know that these are Twitch is more friendly to far left people and far right people. So, what am I saying? Okay, demographics, voting by age. Research Center, Pew Research Center is exactly the right one to go to. Still a better alternative than the battlefield. Yeah, we really want to avoid war as much as possible and any type of violence. Speaking of, I need to register to vote. I need to vote. Did I created a new word. Oh, I didn't see. See, my brain just like skipped over the misspell. We'll say that's like French or something. Sorry, I know some people actually speak it. Sounds French, yeah, to say the least. It does. Oh, see, we're all there. Got it. Okay. A majority of voters under 30 align with the Democrats, which we know, but like when it comes to the how many of our, let me see, can I see how many Gen Z is registered to vote and how many of them voted? I do think that there was like an upturn in registered Democrats. I just don't know like to what were the limitations on that. Oh, it's an actual word. Oh, it means you're damn. Oh, damn. Well, we'll keep trying. Gen Z register to vote. Oh, I know they'll be eligible, but how much are registered? Nope. Okay. I'm trying to find the information. Yeah, okay, apparently we're not doing great. According to Grand Bargain Project. To be fair, I don't know what that is, so I don't know how much we can trust it. But during the 2024 United States presidential election, over 150 million people cast their vote to decide the country's next leader. Generation Z, adults aged 18 to 29, represented by far the lowest turnout, with only around 20 million voting, despite more than double that number being eligible. That is even less than the 2020 and 2016 elections. That's so bad. That's so no. The numbers reflect a trend that pollsters have identified for years. Young people consistently do not turn out to vote. That I do know that is like a thing that is known, if true. I'm part of my young voters, 66% to the Democrats. So the people who are registered to vote and do vote, they very much, 1,000%, we're going to lean very Democrat, 1,000%. But not enough of us are voting is the problem. Or even registering to vote. Yeah, absolutely. You gotta. Admittedly, like, I mean, you just got there. Because, for example, I wasn't, I only registered to vote for the past, no, the past election? I don't think I voted in 2020, actually. But that's just my issues. There was a couple of things there. One is that I moved back to the States in 2017. So I was, that's so crazy that we've only been able to vote because I'm of the oldest Gen Z. I was born in 98. Your voting right? Oh, absolutely. I love voting. I have so much, I like going to vote. It's such a, oh god, it's so funny. It's such a dorky thing. But yeah, I voted, absolutely. In the past election I did, 1,000%. And then I've also done some, I voted in a primary that we had recently, at least here in Texas. They're scheduled at different times in different states. You know what? I didn't mind Nikki Haley. I was perfectly happy if she was gonna be like the not the primary, like if she would have won the primary, the Republican primary. I do remember watching it back when that happened. And yeah, of course I'm gonna have disagreements with her, but generally speaking, I don't have a problem with anyone who's like a Republican. Like I don't mind conservatives in general either. However, if you're like I have a strong opposition to MAGA. That's where I draw the line. That's where we have irreconcilable differences. Because I'm sure like my probably biggest disagreement with her would be like pro-life things. My family's like very Republican leaning, but now they're starting to see a shoe side, I think. Listen, better late than never. Yeah, because it's crazy. We've only been eligible to vote in the past 2 elections, and that's it. That's kind of crazy. Kind of insane. How young we are. But, because I didn't vote in the 2020 election. I'd only been here for a couple years, and I was struggling to even get my ID because I had lived in Mexico for so long, and I didn't have a great support system here, so people who didn't know how to help me, especially under my circumstance. So it was a process. So I didn't vote in the 2020 election. I'm glad that he won. Joe Biden won, or else I would feel so guilty about it. But then in the 2024 election, I did. That was the first time I voted. I of course voted for Kamala. It was a happy day. I still had hope back then. And then I voted since then, of course. Yeah, you just gotta keep up with it. It's not too hard. You just register for example, like we have a website for my county, and so I'm just like, I receive their emails and stuff, and I make sure to check them when I do receive them, so, you know, it lets me know. How does the voting process work? I've never really done it, but it was something we truly needed. Oh, absolutely. It was a breather. But it was you know what? Okay, I was going to say, but you know what? It was bad because people forgot what it was like, but that's not even true. That's not even true. But we definitely deserved, it was definitely a nice breather. How the process works. Okay, so recently, for example, I voted in the primaries, and so you just look up a polling place, and I can't do it just because it will like show you like my area and stuff like that, so I can't dox myself. But like I said, I go to the way that I do it is I look up like my county website, and there it'll tell you when there's an election coming up, and also as well as election polls, right? So like where can you vote? And then you just choose whichever's closest to you. So then you will know that there is a cutoff limit for like it's probably like around like 7 p.m. is what it is here at least. So you do have to get there at a certain time frame. And then you make sure you have your ID. I don't know what state you're in, but like we need to present our ID here in Texas. So you just get in line. You wait for them to call you. They tell you like where to go, and so it'll typically be like a room where that has like a bunch of set up stations to vote, where it's just like this like little machine lab like computer thingy with like dividers. And a deep red state, Alabama. Okay, then you probably need an ID too. So just make sure you have your ID. Alabama. So interesting. I've never I have like no concept of like these types of places. And I'd love to. I need to travel the U.S. more. That's the conclusion. And so they'll direct you to like people that are at a desk. They'll ask for your ID. And they'll like just confirm information for you, and then they'll give you like a little paper and a code, and a sheet of paper, and they'll send you to a station, to one of the computers, and then you go to the computer. The little piece of paper will have a code in it, right? You will input that code, and then it'll start giving you like all of the voting people stuff, all of the candidates that you have to vote for, like one by one. And yes, a driver's license will work. Yeah, that's what I used. You can always double check. I'm sure you'll be fine, but just in case anyone ever has any doubt, you can double check on the websites, where you will also be able to see where to go. And then you just have to vote for everyone, choose the person, go next, choose a person, go next, choose a person, go next. And then you put in the paper. It tells you in which direction. It'll have like a little arrow. You put in the paper, you wait for it to give you something, like to, like, I guess, print it out. And then it'll give you the paper back. And then you go to a different section. The concept of ID not being necessary in some states to vote is well AF. It is a little bit wild, but it's like you have to be registered to vote. Like it's not like anyone at any point can just show up. You have to be registered. So I'm not opposed to it. That's not what I'm saying. I just also feel like people need to understand that it's not as crazy as it could be. Or it's definitely not as Republicans like to paint it. And then you give the paper that was printed that's not true. You don't give it to them. But there will be like a different section where you put in the paper, and then they'll tell you, okay, once you see the American flag, you're good to go. And so you feed it the paper, and then it'll take it, and then the American flag says something about being American, maybe, I don't know. And then they give you your I voted sticker, and then you get to leave happy and proud that you did your civic duty. At least I do. So it's very, very simple. It's very straightforward. Like I said, I get a great rush from exercising my power to vote. That's just me. Okay, no, listen. I think it's justified. Okay, it's not that hard at all. Not at all. No, it's very, very straightforward. I was trying to be watched or something. I know there's people, there's people, you know, just like making sure you're going in the direction that they're controlling the flow of people and stuff like that, but it's nothing crazy. And definitely not intimidating. But I think I personally always like to feel excited about it because I am a woman, which means I did not have the right to vote, and two, I am Mexican American, so I also didn't have the right to vote. So like these are things that people had to fight for, and had to like to protest and like do activism, and there's fancier ways to say that, and so it's definitely not something I take for granted. So I have a lot of respect for it, and I appreciate it. I'm excited to do it for the first time, but will it show which one I voted for? Because I'm afraid of family backlash? No. So no. What's your thoughts on Nick Fuentes? we'll get to that in a second. No, so on the paper it will print it out, but you do not keep the paper. You feed the paper into the system, and it's there. And it is not it is not public information who you voted for. No, that is totally no. That's your right to keep it private. It will show you voted, but it will not show who you voted for. So there's no need to be worried for that. What are your thoughts, guys? On Nick Fuentes, I think, okay, I haven't really seen him much, to be honest with you. I know that he's existed for a couple years, as long as probably he's been around, I don't know. And I have a unfortunate respect for people who feel passionately about anything, but also he's like a Nazi, so it's still gross. But I have a grudging appreciate. It's because that's not true. I don't respect him. That's not true. That is a lie. Yeah. I don't know. He's just a joke. Is honestly what I think. He's just a joke of a person. He's an entertainer. He's not someone to take seriously as like a political thought leader. So he's good at someone to laugh at. Yeah, the Christian nationalist. But he's racist and a Nazi. So yeah, as a Christian, we don't take him, but still love him. Yeah. So he's funny to listen to. Like I said, I'm not gonna lie. I've heard some of the debates he's in, and it's a good time. It's funny. However, like I said, I don't respect it, and I think he should only be platformed in a responsible way, which is to say, with people by people who can push back, give proper pushback, and not anyone who is entertaining his ideas to any degree. I know that he's also like mad at Republicans, so that's great. He should be. It works in our favor, so it's fine by me. Of course, it's because they're not like far right enough, but that's their problem. Okay. I need to finish reading this now. If you have differing opinions, please share. That's an interesting conversation to have. Just anyone for reference, for clarity. I think we stopped around here. I'm gonna register online. Do you think it's better to do that, to do it that way or in person? If you can register online, absolutely do it. Because I don't think, for example, you can here in Texas, or at least I couldn't. I don't remember. But if you can, absolutely. Yeah, it'll be the same either way. And if not, then definitely in person is great. Because, for example... yeah, it seems you guys have some elections coming up on May 19th. So, yeah, just make sure you're checking also by which, like, the time frame, by what time you have to be registered by. And none on record. That's great. And you guys don't have early voting? That sucks. Because I would recommend early voting when possible. That sucks. Or at least they don't have it here in this website. To be fair, it might be. It might be in a different place. Okay. So, for example, you guys have a primary election going on May 19th, and so that just means that it will be, you will choose what party you belong to, and you will choose who you want to represent you in that party, right? So, and then from there, they go towards the general election, which is when you will have people of different parties competing against each other. That will be until November 3rd, though, so we have time. That'll be, we will do streams on for that, though. That'll be fun. Or we're really sad, one of the two. Fuentes is an example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. He knows some history, but makes a lot of false statements and a lot of weird deductions based on that. Dunning-Kruger? Let me hear how you pronounce it.
The Dunning-Kruger effect is a psychological concept. The Dunning-Kruger effect.
Dunning. Silly me. Cognitive bias for individuals with limited knowledge or competence in a domain greatly overestimate their own expertise. Yes. I believe you. He allegedly has Mexican ancestry despite being against immigration. Yeah, he is Mexican. Just the most... Which, on behalf of all Mexicans everywhere, we also do not claim him. The same as your Christians do not. Like to say that. Especially because he's only like 1/3 Mexican, I think. But it is really, really funny. It makes it that much funnier. That's why it is Fuentes. Is it better to do it with my social security number or no? Because that is optional for me? I do not know about that. Are you sure? That doesn't seem right. Let's see, what are requirements to vote in? Okay, well that didn't help me at all. Okay, well we have a form. I mean, oh, I'm pretty sure you need that. You just your last 4 digits per usual. I'm looking at a form here. Oh, here I can show you. And it does have the space. So I do think it's necessary. Why do they want to know my race? I don't know. That's probably maybe for like consensus. So like the the polls, like all of the information that we receive, for example, that we just like look over, that we just looked at in the Pew Research. I'm sure they use it for that. For me, it says optional. Really? Be careful, because you might just be looking at like I guess I don't know. Statistical reasons. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess if it's not needed, that's fine. It just sounds a little weird to me. So I would just be worried that you won't successfully register and you won't be able to vote. That's my only concern. But I really I'm not sure. I would encourage you to look into it a little bit more, to any online resources that are Alabama specific. Especially if you have any friends or family that can help you, and then just don't tell them who you're voting for, and just pretend. Okay. So we still haven't done this. I also don't even remember where we left off. Let the new constitution be so amended as to admit the appointment of a privy council to consist of 11 members chosen by the president, but responsible for the advice they may give, for which purpose the advice given shall be entered in a council book. I wonder if this is something that we do. And signed by the giver in all affairs of great moment, but that's probably not something we do. And that the councilors act under an oath of office. It's an interesting concept, though. In order to prevent the dangerous blending of the legislative and executive powers and to secure responsibility, the Privy, and not the Senate, shall be joined with the President in the appointment of all officers, civil and military, under the new Constitution. That the Constitution be so altered as not to admit the creation of a Vice President, when duties as assigned may be discharged by the Privy Council, except in the instance of proceedings in the Senate, which may be supplied by a speaker chosen from the body of senators by themselves as usual, that so may be avoided the establishment of a great officer of state, who is sometimes to be joined with the legislature and sometimes administer the government, rendering responsibility difficult, besides giving unjust and needless preeminence to that state from whence this officer may have come. I wonder if this is where we get the idea of a Speaker of the House. That's such parts of, that's where the Trump meme saying, I love the Hispanics and blacks came from last year while leading the race. Oh yeah, because they voted for him. It's embarrassing. Don't even remind me. Don't. No me digas. Okay, can you help me here? Do you want to... I just wish we could do this privately for your safety. Unless it's... Can I say... Yes, please. Yeah, can I receive it? I don't know how to do it. Yes, send it in and then we'll see if I know how to look at my DMs. Another left to deal with ICE because of Trump, unfortunately. Have you... No. Fortunately, they should have to respond for this. Unfortunately, so do I. Pero pues ya, ni modo. Oh well. But I'm glad that they're at least suffering. There's so many people who are like, they sent away my husband. He said he was gonna take away the bad guys. And it's like, well, you're the idiot who believed him. Despite him, like, everyone knowing he's a disgusting lying pig. Hello? You've blocked whispers. You need to start the conversation. Oh, okay. How do I do that? It's so bad how much I don't know how to use Twitch. But in my defense, no one has given me the opportunity to learn. I click my and then clicks whisper through Twitch. I've clicked your name. I don't know. I can time you out, which I won't do. But I don't see the oh, is it this? No, that's not it. No. You have Discord? Yes. Yeah, I'll just share the Discord that I have for ages ago when I first started, what am I saying? When I first started streaming. That one's still alive. Okay, how do I share it? Jesus, I'm sorry. To server. Fire after new number, contemporary, link, copied. I'll put it in chat so it'll be easier to get me from there. Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, you meant that you can, like, put it in. Okay, I see. Yes, I can do that. Okay. Yeah, I guess I just didn't want, like, random people harassing me. Which is totally fair. Yeah, apparently I could have also, like, done something in chat, but we'll just go to Discord. Okay. You just feel free to send me that and we'll keep reading here. Okay. We're at 11. That such parts of the new constitution be amended as provide imperfectly for the trial of criminals by a jury of the vicinage. Let me look up really quickly what vicinage means, because I do not know. It reminds me of vecinos. So, like, neighbors. Yep. See? That helps. And so supply the omission of a jury trial in civil causes or disputes about property between individuals whereby the common law is directed, and as generally it is secured by the several state constitutions. 12. That such parts of the new constitution be amended as permit the vexatious and oppressive callings. What exactly is vexatious? I can always infer, but I always want to be sure. Vexatious describes actions, people, or situations that cause annoyance, frustration, or distress, often intended to harass. Got it. To permit the vexatious and oppressive callings of citizens from their own country and all controversies between citizens of different states and between citizens and foreigners to be tried in a far distant court, and as it may be without a jury, whereby in a multitude of cases the circumstances of distance and expense may compel numbers to submit to the most unjust and ill-founded demand. I see. So basically to have a court that would prevent any problems from like the biases of people being from the same state, or that it be like a citizen versus a foreigner. And also that distance and expense may not force them, so that it be not too far or too expensive. They suffer for it. That in order to secure the rights of the people more effectually from violation, the power and respectability of the House of Representatives be increased by increasing the number of delegates to that House where the popular interest must chiefly depend for protection. That the Constitution be so amended as to increase the number of votes necessary to determine questions in cases where a bare majority may be seduced by strong motives of interest to injure and oppress the minority of the community, as in commercial regulations, where advantage may be taken of circumstances to ordain rigid and premature laws that will in effect amount to monopolies, to the great impoverishment of those states whose peculiar situation expose them to such injuries. I didn't know Lee was so participatory in this. Alright, hope else you're doing that even though you're in Texas. Let's see. I see. It should let me... yeah. Okay, let me see. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not allowed. That's crazy. How rude. Let me see. What if I was moving to Alabama and I was trying to register? Huh, Alabama? You would just be blocking me? Okay, yeah, no, I can't. I can't open, up. It lets me open up the office of the secretary, the .gov, but it doesn't let me go into it. Okay, I can click on elections, but that's as far as it lets me. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it let me do this. God, I'm so annoyed. I'm so jealous that you can, it seems you can register online. Oh. Okay, I do think that's also not true. So basically you can, I think, okay, let me read this more carefully because I don't want to lie to you. Okay. So I think you can only fill in the application here. No, it says, it says there that it's an application. Let me see. I'm gonna start doing it. Oh, you have to check all of them. Okay, I don't want to do it because I don't know, I'm scared. I don't want to lie to it. I do not have a driver's license issued by the state of Alabama. I say whatever it's an Orgos, which is where it should be a gov, shouldn't it? I don't know if that's true. That's a very good point. It's because it's a state one, so maybe. I think it's very, very smart to not be. Let me see. Can you register to vote online in Oh, this is a .gov, but it. Okay, well, if it's sending you to a .org, but it's from the .gov that it's sending you, then because if I click on it, yeah, it's a .org. Then I wouldn't be too worried about it because we clicked on a link from the .gov. However, if you don't feel safe with that, which fair, it makes me pause too. I would probably still do it, but that's because I'm a little bit reckless. And sometimes unnecessarily so. Then I would just do it in person, just for safety. This is from AI. While it might seem unusual, AlabamaInteractive.org is a legitimate secure portal used by the state of Alabama for official government transactions. It is not a .gov because it is operated by Alabama Interactive, a private-public partnership between the state and NIC Alabama, a subsidiary of Tyler Technologies. Okay. Oops, I accidentally posted its link. Oh, you're good. Yeah, I think it's, yeah, like I said, because the link is from the .gov, I think it's fairly safe. But if you still don't want to trust it, which, like I said, totally fair, then just do it in person. That's what I would recommend. Okay, it's 3 a.m., guys. I have to call it there. I should not have been going on this long. I'm supposed to stream from 11 to 1. That is the schedule. But we've been having too good of a time. What can I say? But I do stream most of the week, so feel free to come back. I just wanted to see and double check. No, okay. Then yeah. Then I feel confident that especially with your Google search, that also helps. But like I said, it does come from the .gov, so it must be. Okay. We got as far as we did with our course, which wasn't too far, if we're honest. But what can you do? This would be another 20-minute lecture, no doubt. 30 minutes. Lovely. Yeah, it's, third time is a charm. Okay? Third time is a charm. But thank you guys so much, for joining this stream, and for sticking around. It was a good time. Thank you guys so much for participating in conversation. I'm a little bit finicky. I sometimes do crafts. Sometimes I do random hobbies. Politics is one of those hobbies. So, feel free to stop by whenever a stream interests you. Yeah, thank you guys so much. It was a really, really good time. That's why I went 2 hours over schedule. Let's be honest though, I wouldn't be sleeping anyway, so it's not a big deal. I'm just gonna go grab some dinner and try to go to sleep now. But feel free to, anyone who has followed me already, like my time here, thank you. I'm so glad. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you for the conversation. Feel free to stop by anytime, and everyone else as well. If you guys aren't here anymore, or if you are, I really appreciate it. I would love to see you guys again on another stream if you guys are able to catch it. So the schedule is like on the page banner if you guys are ever curious. And of course you follow me, so hopefully you guys get the notification. But typically it will be from 11 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Sometimes we are flexible with that. And then, but also on Fridays and Saturdays, we do longer streams. So, and Fridays we start at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. So we'll be able to hang out more on the weekends. My weekends. But I hope to see you guys soon. Thank you so much for joining. Hope you guys have a good night, a good day, no matter your time zone. And I will catch you maybe tomorrow. Okay, so good night. Bye.